do pictures all over the shore, and stuff like, because there's a lot of, if you have an elevation of 6 feet when you're taking a picture, is one thing, but if you're gonna have elevation of 15 feet, or let's say 30 feet, it's gonna change the whole thing. So all this stuff, it's got to be measured precise.
Yeah, the curve does not apply at 15 feet. That 8 inches per mile isn't the same. Why is it doing that?
Yeah, or let's say 30 feet, it's gonna change the whole thing. Oops, I hear myself.
Sorry, that was me, dude. But yeah, see, the simple test I did was across 9.5 miles, and we just took a mirror, like a lady's round mirror, and I was on the other side as my friend, and I was standing there, and he was like crouched down near the water level, shining the mirror back and forth with the sunlight, okay? And I could see it, and I'm talking to him on the phone, like, hell yeah, dude, I can see that. So we're both getting like as low as we can to the water, like crouched all the way down, You could see it. I mean, it's a big giant reservoir. Yeah, 9.5 roughly. It's the biggest body of water near me.
That's the thing. What they say, there is definitely, absolutely, 100% light refraction. What official physicists say on a specific weather, they say it changes with the temperature and with the surface temperature. Like where we have water, if you're looking across water, and the air above it. And that's not me saying, but if you're gonna come up to a scientist, say, hey, I could see pretty far, and the curve the curve should be there. I shouldn't be able to see it. It's gonna say, no, look, there is light refraction on specific days. You can see very, very far out because the light would bend around with the atmosphere. It would go. And that's the thing that needs studying, like not going to Antarctica where they ain't gonna let us, like the simple things that are available, we can just do it with a simple like camera and measurements, a team of guys.
It's a good point. And my question is that through does light bend through different temperature gradients, or is it through the same temperature gradients? Because
medium. It's the medium. It's like humidity, sort of, is the main
factor. Humidity, atmospheric condition, the surface temperature conditions are very important. It could change drastically. You could see for 6 miles, or you could see for 26 miles. That's what the scientists would say. I mean, I don't know. I really don't know.
It's interesting.
Yeah,
but it's not a constant,
It's not, yeah. So, but if you go, you just type refraction in Wikipedia and see the article. They saying here's the table of approximate whatever refraction, how far you can see with the elevation, let's say. But it changes a lot with atmospheric conditions.
Last I checked on Wikipedia, the curvature of the Earth was 8 inches per mile.
Mile square,
not square. Not square.
That's a mistake. But this is an approximate formula, and again, it depends. Like we do this measurement. Anyways, I mean, first of all, the light could be bending, and it definitely is bending. The question is how much it bends, and it could bend on a flat Earth, it could bend on a ball Earth, and.
Do you have any ideas to measure for sure a curve, like the salt flats, for instance?
Well, I mean, the best thing I see out there is this Lake Michigan or whatever, like to the skyline, and to measure precisely, know the elevation from water and measure it like in a bunch of. Let me find this video because this guy is pretty good. I mean, I'm not saying he's like.
With like a bunch of buoys almost.
No. Just measuring the skyscrapers. How much of a we need to pick like a good day, probably a few days of measurements.
I got you.
Well, I live in New York. There could be something done here, I guess.
Yeah, Staten Island. You can see like the Statue of Liberty from 40 miles. There's videos on it. I would have to read. I don't know the exact.
You could see it from 40 miles on a good day.
Well, hell, out on the West Coast, if you're in Santa Monica, California, out on the pier there, you can actually see on a clear day Catalina Island, and I think that is almost 60 miles out, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
It's a hike, and you can see it on a clear day.
Check this out. Before I was a flat earther, I was driving to Colorado, and I was already here, unloaded the trailer, and we went out to like Wyoming, and then we went west. We just did these little tours, and there's like family friends that live kind of like all around here. So we were coming back to Fort Collins. I was still well over 100 miles. I'm talking like well over 100 miles. And I could see the mountains. I'm like, oh my god, it's freaking awesome. I'm driving towards the mountains, and I could see them like the whole time. And I need to go back and look at like Google Earth to see exactly how far that is. But it's 100% for sure over 100. We're talking maybe like 130 plus. And it didn't even dawn on me, like, why can't I see those mountains? Because look, west of the Rocky Mountains is level plain. There's like no hills, nothing. It's just a straight fucking shot, and the only thing that blocks you is these stupid wind towers that are everywhere. But yeah, I could see the Rocky Mountains, like I could see the line where the snow was, and then underneath it was just dark. It was really, the snow was what was giving it away, because the sun was shining on the snow, and it was real easy to see. You know what I mean? I mean, it's not over water though. But then again, you're not getting the humidity or anything either, because we have this like zero humidity all the time. Like your nose will bleed. You know what I mean? Yeah. You live in California, Chris, or what?
No, I live in Cincinnati, but I've been out to California before, so.
I love Ohio. Yeah. I mean, I fucking love it. I spent a lot of
we just got a little snow.
Youngstown.
Youngstown?
Yeah, Youngstown and Warren, Ohio, before it got real bad. But
okay. Yeah, I'm kind of down on the. Well, we have a Warren County near us. I think you might be. I think you're talking somewhere else.
It's a little town. Yeah. It's like halfway between. Shit, where's the airport at? I'm sorry. Jesus. There's Columbus. Cleveland. It's like halfway between Cleveland and Youngstown.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Have you lived there a long time?
Yeah, I've lived in Cincinnati pretty much my whole life. Lived in up towards Toledo, Bowling Green area as well.
Were you sad when they closed Geauga Lake down?
Geauga Lake.
You never.
I've never heard of it.
It's like an Astro World or a Six Flags type of place.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they closed it down, and my cousin flew a drone over it, and it was like 5 years after it got closed down, and it looked like apocalyptic, like the nature was taking over, and it like busted the cement all up, and like the grass growing through and shit. It's cool.
That's nuts, man. Yeah, I tell you one thing, it's kind of. Oh, so go ahead.
No, I was gonna say like the roller coasters are still there, but obviously they're not rolling. It just looks weird.
Oh wow,
that'd
be cool to check out.
Yeah, there's videos of it online.
Yeah, one thing that's kind of weird, man, is we went out on the Maumee River, which goes out to Lake Erie, and man, I remember boating out on that before, and it, being fairly deep in different places. And now, you can look at it from Google Earth, man, it's pretty much dried up now. And that, flowed straight out into Lake Erie. And one thing, you can see the Lake Erie's even dipped down a little bit from where it used to be. And that's something that's kind of interesting for people to check out too, is, where's all that water going?
No shit, right? So the beaches are way bigger now, or what?
Well, I know for sure that the river's dried up. You can see some areas of shoreline that's receded in. I mean, not enough to where it's, you know, really drawing mainstream concern yet, but it's enough to where local news has certainly covered it a few times.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's one of those things. I know lakes out in California have dried up substantially. It's not, you know, nearly that bad, but you can notice it.
That sucks. Where is all the water going? There's like water shortages everywhere, especially like out in California.
Oh, that's fucking Nestle buying up all the water.
Who is?
Fucking Nestle food company.
Yeah.
Suck all the. I mean.
I would believe that.
That's exactly what's happening. There's a tree. Well, there's and one of you guys might be able to school me a little bit better on it. There is a law in place. We're not allowed to ship individual containers of water out of the United States, but we can ship one large container of water out of the United States. So what they do is they fill these large swim bladders. No joke, man. They fill these large swim bladders up about the size of, you know, barges. With fresh water in it and ship it off to China and other countries.
No, why?
That's what's happening.
Because China has our paper cash, man. Back in the day, they had like 70% of the U.S.'s paper cash just hoarded away. So Americans are all floating around, you know, not using no cash or anything. They actually have the cash. And, you know,
well, yeah.
And I almost think the reason they're fucking with the economy is to screw them over. Like, fuck you, or your paper cash is worth nothing now, you know?
It seems that there is like a, you know, some sort of, you know, apex that we're meeting, you know, economically on a global scale, or a, you know, flat earth scale, however you want to put it. But yeah, I mean, if you look at, you know, the way the BRICS nations are leveraging against, you know, the alliance of the Western nations, Jeff was bringing up you know, a good point on FETV a few days ago when he was talking about the Baltic Dry Index, which is a really good indicator of kind of the economic pulse of what's being shipped on raw, you know, on a raw goods level.
There's nothing.
And
it fell below 300, but nothing is a good indicator.
Oh man, that's insane.
Markets are manipulated. They can manipulate any. They were saying gold, now they have paper gold, and everything. You know, all this stuff, it's theirs. You know, another thing we're not allowed, just basic things. That's how we know we're slaves. Is we're not allowed collecting rainwater. You can, if there is a rain outside, you can't put a bucket and collect water for yourself. You gotta drink their fluoridated garbage that they offer. You know, this kind of stuff. Yeah, land of the free. This is the most amazing thing to me when I find you can't dance on the street. Another thing is like you're not allowed to dance in public places. This kind of little laws let me know that we're dealing with, you know, like slave traders and slave masters.
Oh well, that's fact. I think the ancient civilizations, they didn't have that. They were like, you know, all in tune with the one creator. They knew, you know, all about the earth and the stars and everything, and that's why they're able to have all the cool shit, like giant ass fucking buildings with gold everywhere. You know what I mean? Like really quality stuff. And when you look at like the statues of like and paintings of like, it looks like average people, but they like dress like kings and queens. And then I think some kind of just evil mind, I think the gene for psychopathy like got created, you know, and these psychopaths ended up slowly taking over and destroying history. And here we are today. But I don't think it's always been that way. It just seems like it to us. I think they would like us to think it's always been slave and, you know, master. But I don't think it's always been that way.
Yeah, I mean, some even call it, the separation, especially this time that we're in now. Some call it the separation of the wheat and the tares. Others call it an awakening that's taken place, and there's an activation of the good in those who are good, and the evil in those who are evil. Some call that duality. Some say, refer to it more of a spiritual of nature, and refer to it more of the wheat and the tares. Some say it's extra dimensional or other things like that. But it's interesting. You certainly do see more of a transition taking place now, and more of an awakening process. At least on a ground-based level right now. That does seem to be spreading. My question is, why is that happening? Why is that happening now? Why are we hearing about flat Earth now? I mean, I know, there's some people that's been talking about it for a while.
It's coming up to the end of a 1,000 years, of possibly 6,000 years, thus entering us into the last millennium.
Yeah,
possibly.
Yeah, it's true.
It's just a
theory. No, man, that's a pretty good theory. It's that transition from the age of Pisces to the age of Aquarius.
Yeah. Who dropped out, Zach? Huh? I think his mic might not have been working. Well, hopefully he comes back.
I don't eat pigs. I'm more of a vegetarian. What I was gonna say, like,
you're esoteric.
Vegetarian mostly. I don't eat meat. And somebody said in chat if I eat the pig. Anyways, what I was gonna say about this balance of good and evil, I mean, that's what I want to say is balance, because I don't think really, evil could grow and be everywhere. I think, two sides to this coin. It's like it's the principle how our life works. If you look again, I like physics because you don't attach any emotions there to bad and to good is just there. So you look at the electricity, how it works, and everything we have around is supposedly electric interactions, and how it works. You have a positive charge and a negative charge, and having those two, it creates flow of a current. So I don't think there could be excess of negative poles, whatever, without counterbalancing positives. So we just don't see. We're not looking in the right place when we concentrate on all this negative stuff. There's definitely plenty, but if we look at the classical literature and all the notes we can find from people, for the past few hundred years, everybody was thinking it's that the world is gonna end, very soon. Everybody, First World War, Second World War.
They always thought that. Yeah.
They always thought the world is ending. It's like this fight between good and evil is always going on. And the flat Earth, I think, if you would say 10 years ago to people, hey, the Earth is flat, they wouldn't be able to comprehend what you're saying. Right now, we got to the point we know everything is fake, all the hoaxes they do, all the fake bombings, Boston bombings type of situation, all the shootings. So everybody already got used to everything being fake, and we found out about NASA. We remember that the Apollo landing wasn't real, and this gives us the ground then to examine it further. But if you would just say it earlier, the internet hive mind wasn't ready for this kind of information earlier.
That's true. It's true.
But do you think this is different though? Like, I kind of feel like, yeah, these people are always like, oh, end of the world, da-da-da. But, man, I really feel like there's something special that's coming, that it's not normal like all the rest of the world's ending. No, I think, like, this time, it's like, man.
Yeah, I think...
It's just a feeling.
Yeah. I think a lot of people feel that now, and that's one of the questions that gets brought up. Is that because of a lot of the external factors, or is that because we genuinely feel and see something changing around us? And I think it does kind of tie into that transition of an age. Maybe it's not necessarily the end of the world, but
No.
yeah, we are.
The world's not ever gonna end. I don't think.
Well,
it's designed to where it can't. I don't know.
don't think like what we got as a maybe physical body, physical world. I don't know. All of that could be destroyed, but the consciousness that we all, I don't know, share one big consciousness, or each one of us has. I don't know how it works. It's complicated.
No, you're on the right track.
Yeah,
Trust
I
me,
think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that thing is, indestructible, but probably the world comes with it as well, so it's all. Yeah, so no, I think yeah, maybe it's gonna be bad times, but the good always prevails, Yeah, at least fights.
Yeah, there's gonna be bad times, but I think something super good is gonna come out of it, like, back to how we were, or even better. Like, everyone kind of just helps each other and knows, that we're all in this together. You know what I mean?
It's already almost here. I mean, if it's gonna be in the future, it means the steps that it takes to get there are already in place. And what we have here with our communication, we can talk to anybody now. That was never, at least in observed past couple hundred years history, was never in place. Now we can talk and communicate. This is amazing. I think this is.
But do you think the ancients had a way to do that too? Maybe even just spiritually or something? Man, I feel like they had better technology, but it wasn't the kind of technology we think of. Like, that's how we can't understand how some of these things were done back then by what we consider inferior people, but I don't think so. Because their minds weren't clouded. I just have a feeling like they didn't lie to their kids growing up and teach them all this fake junk.
I heard, like, somebody told me, I'm not sure if it's true or not, but I really like the concept, because some lady told me, I met this Indian woman, and she told me, like, when we have kids in our tribe, we do not teach them, we learn from them, because they look at those kids, they just came back from there, got all the knowledge, so that the parents just let them, if they want to burn themselves in a campfire, they're gonna do it and learn a lesson, or maybe, even something bad's gonna happen, but they do not go and stop them, like, don't do this, do that.
That's perfect, because then you don't have
superior,
our society, how we raise our kids is so they all end up the same.
Absolutely.
You're not gonna get new ideas that way.
No way, because we teach them to be the same like us. How are you gonna get anything new when as soon as they want to do something different, you shake them and hey, don't do this. People are gonna look at us weird, they're gonna think you're stupid.
I hate that. I used to be like nervous at restaurants because you know what I mean? I just felt nervous and stuff. It's so bad.
It's because they're all gonna laugh at you.
Exactly.
Social conformity. Everybody.
I'm worse. I told you I'm agoraphobic. I don't come out of the house because I don't want to interact with the society much.
That's because you know how fucked up it is, probably.
It's difficult. You see the things we talk about, it's hard to find people who you can say and they're gonna listen and maybe even, not think that you're completely crazy.
Oh, I'm sure they all think I'm crazy at work. I just tried to, point out chemtrails to a couple of coworkers.
Oh.
Tell them a little detail about this and that.
They were doing that today. Here's my line to people. I'm like, hey, look at that. You said a plane? Like, look at that line it's making. That's crazy, huh? Shit, looks kind of like a cloud. I'm like, oh, yeah. That's about it. Like, I don't press them. I wait for them to kind of, like, ask more,
Oh, yeah. I learned that the hard way.
Because when they ask, then people don't like to just be told something like, "Hey, the Earth's flat," blah blah blah. But if you tell them, like, if you're, like, say you're in an airplane with somebody, like, dang, dude, look at the Earth. It's like freaking flat as an iron board. It's fucking weird. You know, you like ask probing questions like that.
Yeah, you gotta lead people. You can't force.
Yes, because the trick in sales is you want them to come up with the idea, but you kind of like lead them to come. So it's like almost like they think they thought of it, but it's exactly what you wanted them to think of. You know what I mean? So
it's called the no close close.
That's what they do. I noticed in the news, because since we don't believe their stuff, they don't release, like, somebody gets shot, but they don't release the full story. They just say, oh, hey, we don't know, we just found the body. You know, they would drop a couple of clues. So the whole false flag that they usually announce that happened, we're gonna come up on our own, like, oh, hey, that's probably wasn't a crazy Arab guy. Yeah, sounds like it. I have a gut feeling, you know, and this is what they're doing now, like, all over the world. I forgot whose shooting it was, but when I saw it, I was like, oh, hey, they don't want to go straight forward. They go in this, like, backwards mentality, the reverse psychology. Reverse engineering, making us think of it, yeah. But whatever, you know, it's like it takes just one person. It takes one person to realize what's going on, to have good proof, to have some solid explanation, and to just show it to the people online. And that's where, you know, they have a problem all the time, unless they're gonna shut this free speech. And I already don't need to, like, you know, I see the news, I see right away, okay, this is fake, that's bullshit. I know how they done it, I know why they done it. It's like, you can't fool me. Fool me twice, shame on you, you know. Never get fooled again.
Shame on you. Oh man, the news is, I have an aunt, and she sits there, she has like a recliner in the living room with like an 80-inch TV.
Oh, shit.
With Fox News on 24/7. She'll flip to football games if they're on. She even watches like high school football games. Has season tickets to the Houston Texans. She does not sleep in her bed, so when I spend the night at my cousin's house, or I used to, I would stay in the master bedroom. You know, who the fuck sleeps in the master bedroom as a guest? That's weird. But she sleeps in this recliner with Fox News going all night. Did you imagine? Exactly.
Yeah, but that generation is just as quick gonna catch up to the computers. Like, I have my mother as an example. She's like 60 plus, going towards 70, and before she would need something, she said, I don't know how to turn it on. I don't know which side to, you know, face the computer. You know, I don't. One day she needed it to talk to her friends. So she installed Skype, she learned everything. Later on, she was teaching me how to use Skype, because I wasn't using it back then. So old people, you know, you can very quickly, you know, get her used to the idea. You can hang out in chat rooms and play video games and stuff. So it's not a big deal, you know, this TV thing. We're gonna get over it. I don't have a TV for like 15, maybe 14 years or so.
Awesome.
Like, because when World Trade Center happened, I was like freaking out, sitting watching all this TV for a few months. But when they started going with this anthrax bullshit, this is when I knew for sure they are so full of crap, because all these reports, I'm like, come on, anthrax, where are you gonna get it? Who has anthrax in their house? It's obviously a government lab. Nobody else could do this, so it's them doing this shit. So I threw out my TV, and never again. Never again I believe their lies. But they get you with all this emotional stuff, and you could see it always, the story. Oh, this little girl. Oh yeah, now I remember. This was this little girl. And from Caltech, this couple of students, they supposedly kidnapped her and whatever, sexually raped her and killed her. Some shit like this. They're coming out, and that's their new propaganda, that You know, internet is bad. We need to clean it up because our kids are getting in trouble there. So we need to shut down, you know, all the crazy. And because they could tell you that our false flags all are fake, you know. Little kids, they're like just growing up. They have this. They can just go to YouTube and find out all what's going on. You know, that's a very good situation. It's just couple of videos, and they're gonna know who is the biggest fucking liar out there.
Yeah, man, you made a good point on you know, the part about tugging on the heartstrings. You know, one thing 9/11 did was it literally traumatized the world, you know, particularly Americans. And I think there are a lot of us that, you know, don't go a day without thinking about that day and what happened and what we've learned since then, and probably what we will learn in the future on top of that. But what's incredible is keeping in mind what that trauma does, and there is you know, a sort of trauma-based mind control that takes place, I think, when these type of massive events happen that really shake you to your core. And my question is, you know, man, now that, you know, a lot of people are getting hip to these kind of things, man, we're seeing it on the X-Files, we're seeing it on television shows, we're seeing it in music videos, we're seeing an externalization of this. This stuff is being released out there. My question is, what in the hell are we going to see that's going to be so much bigger that it's going to shock us to our core now? That's my question. What's coming down the pipe? Because we know something's coming. We know there may be a good chance we may see it this year. But that's kind of what keeps me looking, what keeps me studying. Is I think there is a lot more coming, and I think it, you know, unfortunately, it's going to get a little rough before it gets better. But I think that knowledge is what, you know, kind of keeps us going and keeps us looking forward. You know, hopefully we can find some solutions and understand this world and this you know, transition we see a little bit better.
Right on.
You see, like with this trauma-based, it's absolutely major trauma. I got traumatized by 9/11 big time. But what I noticed, the more I look into this, it's like wrestling. Because when I came to America, I was very surprised because my younger brother, he would watch wrestling, and I thought, hey, that's fake, you know. And he would look at me weird, like, you know. So I was very shocked, like, why would people watch this fake fighting? I couldn't understand. Now I see how they do it. They something. Imagine a bad guy, and the good guy is kind of all wobbly, and he can't do anything. He just got stunned and everything. And the bad guy would pick up this chair and would walk around, show everybody the chair, and everybody like, no, don't do this. And he would like raise the chair and show what he's going to do. And everybody like, please don't hit him, and wake up, guy. And you know, this is what's going on. They take something scary and they parade with this, like, you know, waving the chair around like that's gonna happen. And they can't do that's the whole thing. You know, when you're realizing this whole shit is fake, when you're realizing they can't do no damage to your soul, because maybe they can hurt physical body, yeah, but you know, in reality, they can't touch us. You know, we're more powerful. Each of us has a soul, and they can do nothing to us, really. No way, yeah.
Yeah, man. I think it kind of gets into that duality that you're kind of touching on a little bit before. You know, there's what people interpret as good and evil, and what I like to kind of when I hear a lot of guys, you know, when they start looking into this, get freaked out, and the first thing they want to do is, you know, go stock up on ammo and say, man, it's coming. And my question is, you know, what in the hell are you going to fight? You know, what is there to stop? It's already here, for one. And for two, let's kind of take a step back from the whole equation. You can kill evil. You can kill evil. But in the process, it's going to remanifest itself somewhere else. Or you're going to become that evil. So the question is, can evil really be destroyed in this realm that we're in overall? I don't think it can. So I think, you know, personally, I try to stay somewhat neutral.
I think
I know
Civil
that.
War.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll tell later.
Well, no. I was just saying, I try to stay neutral in the sense that I know that I'm not going to be looped into fighting the battles that are ahead. I know, take for example here in the States, we see a lot of people ramping up and getting ready for a big war in this country on the horizon, and people are gearing up and hoping for a civil war, and that kind of shakes me a little bit, because it's like, man, I don't think you quite understand what you're up against there, for one, and for two, what's going to happen. What's going to happen if you destroy it? Great. Then what are we going to see? Look up at the situation at Oregon right now, and if you take out the COINTELPRO and the people that are put into these situations, if these people were just to allow to organize and govern themselves, and we have every single little faction and province doing that, I can tell you a perfect example of Randroid anarcho-capitalism, capitalist libertarianism, and that's Afghanistan. You look out there, it's whoever has the most guns and whoever has the most money has the power, and we don't want our country ruled like that. And my fear is, if some of these people got what they want as far as overthrowing the government, so to speak, what the hell would we do then? We'd have the fucking UN at our shores the next hour, and that wouldn't be any better. So that's one thing that I try to stay neutral on when I start seeing those kind of things. Is yeah, you can kill evil, but yeah, you might be the evil next, or you might unleash a greater evil. Who knows? But man, it's certainly an interesting boat we're all in. That's for sure.
This really hurts me when you try. I understand it's anarchy right now. Every time, everywhere, you can come out, do whatever you want. But there is a very important principle that most of the anarchists talk about when they want to talk about it as a political structure, and this is non-violence. This is, you can't, if you don't accept somebody's authority over you, you can do the same, to other people. That's the first rule: non-voluntarism, non-violence. What's going on in Afghanistan, it's obviously an example of how you can have a country with just people living there that could produce opium very well, because it's a good temperature and condition for that. And the external forces that, because the drugs made illegal, drugs were so much money when you smuggle them, and this is our government who decides this kind of stuff. And that kind of force creates a disbalance where those farmers, they are forced into farming opium and whatever. It's the country is a mess, obviously. But I don't think anything is wrong with anarchy. But what I agree with is whenever you raise that flag and say, hey, I'm going to fight all the evil, make a better world, get this world rid of all the bad stuff, this is when you become like the worst manifestation here. Because again, non-violence, this is a very important principle, I believe, and yeah, whenever all the bad things, usually done with the good intentions. We all can notice it around us, how people have great intentions, but because they don't have the good understanding of the situation, the complications that are going to arise from his actions, yeah, they wanted to do something good, but they always like feeding stray dogs, that's going to give you a problem. Or like getting rid of the wolves they had in Oregon, I believe, right? Good example, where there was this natural resort, and they wanted to save the deer, so they got rid of the wolves. But apparently the whole infrastructure collapsed after that, because they were important in nature. You can't get rid of the wolves. The whole thing goes down. Deer dies as well. So they had to import the wolves.
What about the mosquitoes?
Same thing. They do the genetically modified mosquitoes, and now they have Zika. Now they doing Zika thing. But I don't know. You know, this science thing when they say viruses and shit, most of it is fake. Like pig flu and bird flu. All of this is market manipulation.
What in the hell would the government, or you know, whatever, science, why would they be genetically modifying a mosquito? Isn't that just the most evil sounding thing you've ever heard?
One of, yeah.
There is another
Zach,
good example.
Hey, Zach, can you test your mic real quick?
Yeah, hey, can you hear me?
Yes. Okay.
Am I? Yeah. Sorry, I have a
I had
tendency to mumble. Let me
to
know if you
turn
can't
your
hear me.
mic up. Yeah,
And I'm on my phone, so I'll speak closer to the phone.
Yeah, you're good.
You're good. You're good. I turned it up.
Oh, okay.
The mosquitoes, why would they be even doing that? You know
Look, there was a good example, and that's before genetically modified. It was some Asian country in 50s or 60s, I'm not sure, Vietnam or some Burma, I don't know, somewhere in Asia. All those people, they would listen to the government. They, you know, were very patriotic. And one day government said, hey, let's kill all the flies. The flies are annoying. They carry diseases. I want every citizen to kill every day 5, 10 flies, whatever. Let's get our country rid of flies. So they did. They were very successful, killed all the flies pretty much. Whoever saw a fly, they were always had. Quickly, they got rid of flies. But the problem is the birds who were eating those flies, they were also eating bad insects that were damaging the crops. So the birds see not much food around. They went to another place. You know, and their crops are dying because all the bad insects are eating all their stuff. No birds to defend that stuff, so they had to spend their whole golden reserve, all their gold, importing those birds from other countries because you see you can't do this kind of things, meddling with nature. It's, you know, when you say this thing is bad, let's get rid of it, there's a very good chance the system is, you know, is circled and it's gonna get back to you, you know. Yeah, but with this viruses, most of that stuff, you know, microbiologists, when I listen to them talk, they're very complicated people, you know, like I don't know, this whole thing, you know. You gotta first probably learn about that, and then I think it's all bullshit. And we just don't know much about microbiology. Like Ebola was.
I know we shouldn't be fucking around with nature, that's for sure.
Yeah. Like Ebola, I heard many presentations that it was just one big fake situation, you know. I don't know. I'm not sure about that, but many rumors like AIDS. You have AIDS. Many people are saying there is no AIDS. There is no specific virus that's called AIDS. There is immune deficiency where people get diagnosed. It's like autoimmune or whatever, problems with immune system, and then you go for treatment, and you have immune system messed up. Okay, here's a plate of drugs that you're gonna take. And you start taking these drugs, and this is what's gonna make you, you know, AIDS patient, and then you're gonna die from taking a whole bunch. Same thing with cancer. You go there, they don't tell you, oh, you have cancer, you have tumor. You come there, say, hey, I got a tumor. Say, oh yeah, let's do it. Chemotherapy, plate of drugs. You're done, man.
No, you walk in looking fine, with breast cancer.
Yeah.
Oh, no, and then 6 months later you look like a skeleton.
Yes, and they did it. Absolutely.
About the AIDS, there was a doctor that he was convinced, he's trying to tell people, no, HIV does not lead to AIDS. He said it's benign. It's just like human papilloma. It doesn't do nothing.
Yeah.
And he took blood from an AIDS patient and injected it into himself.
I had a friend, he had AIDS for 25 years. The guy said, first, I got diagnosed with it, and like in 90s, he was going for the treatment, but the treatment made him feel really sick, and he was like a spiritual guy. He said, that's it, I'm just gonna meditate, fuck the pills, they're making me sick, and he stopped doing treatment. And guess what? He became back to normal, and he had his AIDS for next like 15 something years, and it didn't. He just don't want to get caught and get somebody, you know, like transmit this stuff. But he doesn't have any problems. He lived for so many years. You know, he doesn't look sick. He just stopped taking medicine a long time ago.
Nice. Nice. I mean, it could be for sure. I mean, you know, then you go in for the cancer and they start blasting you with chemotherapy and like radiation and shit. Well, of course you're gonna get worse. I mean, fuck.
Amazing that they're allowed to do this kind of thing. And it's obvious, it's not a mistake. It's obvious satanic desire to kill everything out there. Otherwise, it wouldn't be there. Otherwise, we wouldn't have vaccines with mercury, and I just look at the list of chemicals that they stick in every possible thing out there. I look at that stuff and like, you gotta be crazy. You gotta look under your sink, pick all the stuff, the detergent, this and that, the soap liquid, whatever, mercury from somewhere, mix all that shit up and try to fucking put it in every possible vaccine, medicine, or cigarettes. They have 4,000 chemicals. How did cigarettes end up having a grass, which called tobacco plant? How did it end up with 4, 5, 7,000 chemicals in it? Who is allowed to do this kind of shit and sell it to people, you know? Amazing. Ammonia, arsenic, whatever. They got everything in it.
Yep.
Those guys are murderers, you know. It's got to be some justice happening one day, you know.
Do you smoke?
Yeah, I smoke. I'll kill myself someday.
No, roll your own cigarettes with organic tobacco.
I do. I roll, but
okay.
It's not organic. It's just drum tobacco. I roll it because it's cheap. In New York, they charge you $12 for killing yourself. You know, it's cheaper to buy a bag of heroin.
It's expensive to kill yourself.
Yeah, that's why, and they're surprised. They made cigarettes.
The worst death, the more it costs, like chemo. It's just real expensive.
They made cigarettes more expensive than a bag of heroin, and now they're surprised why everybody's addicted over here. It's like, wow, epidemic going on. Well, hello, you made alcohol legal? Crazy. How would you do that? And weed illegal? That is another thing I don't understand. I mean, the government is obviously, it's like crimes against humanity, and the list is very, very long. I don't think it's fair to keep these criminals, you know, not locked up or whatever, punished, because this shows that, you know, what kind of world we are, what kind of humans, if we can let this stuff happen. I don't know. So. I don't want any revolution, violence, none of that. I agree that's gonna bring even worse situation. Like anytime Russia, 1970, Ukraine, this has just happened there. They changed their government. Look how happy they are. Not a violent revolution, but it's gotta be some Nuremberg type of thing going on one day.
I think it ties in with what Chris was saying earlier, you know. Say everyone does, you know, in, you know, just this country, state by state or county or whatever, and they, you know, manage to overthrow. I don't think people are looking forward because, yeah, you know, you take out the power structure here, and then the next thing that happens is the UN steps in and cracks down on everybody, and, you know, wipes out however many, you know, hundreds of millions of people, whatever. I mean, I think we need to be playing chess instead of playing checkers. If you get, you know,
I play chess.
More, yeah, I'm thinking more, you know, 2, 3 steps ahead.
That's what the trolls tell us. I'm playing chess. You're playing checkers.
Those fun. Yeah, the hell with them.
Yeah. You know what? Like, someone told me that there was an experiment this lady did. She had 2 plants, and she gave one water, and she gave the other one water. The only difference was one of them got water that had been previously microwaved. What the hell does a microwave do to pure water?
What did it fix it? Because it kills all the. Actually.
I know that it will mess your food up, but pure water, what they're doing, and water has a spirit, like energy in it, you know. Like, you know, the monks, pray and chant and
Oh
turn
yeah,
ice crystals.
absolutely. I understand what you're talking
I
about.
think, man, I feel bad using my microwave now.
I never used microwave in my life. Yeah, I don't like it.
Wow. Yeah, it's convenient.
Right. That kind of ties in with I'm sorry, you were talking about the water thing. Got me thinking about
What a
the
memory.
9/11 memorial. These people
Right.
gather around this water pouring into a hole, and they've got all this bad feeling going toward it. No one goes there feeling happy, so putting all this bad energy into wherever the hell that water goes, whatever they end up using it for or not. But I mean, that's gotta be some kind of a bad effect going on there. Just putting all that negative energy. I
Yeah,
don't know.
man,
That thing just creeps me out.
that's what they're doing with the TV and shit, and they're like the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl is perfect for the Illuminati programming. Like, I need to go back and I didn't watch it. I DVR'd it, but I need to go back and like look at
Black
what.
Panther.
Well, here's the deal.
They on riots. Yeah.
Look, they perform satanic rituals and they use our energy. And look, everyone is at their house doing the same thing. They're all watching it. They're all drunk, and they're all highly susceptible, and their emotions are high. It's the perfect thing. And believe me, the halftime show is going to have some kind of satanic ritual in it. It's manifesting something. And I promise you, man, I'm going to go back and like watch it or at least see it on the internet or something. But I just haven't had time yet. But that's what they do, they put us in a trance and our energy flows out and kills all, it turns that kind of water negative. You know what I mean? How you were talking
Man,
about?
these sports period, like what you have, first of all, they're all use steroids in professional sports. It's not sports, it's a show. Second of all, most of it's fixed. There's so many, videos, and if you're into sports, like I like boxing, for instance, I watch the fights. It's obvious that the whole thing is just, it's not serious. It's just a show for the people. So. Yeah, I don't even understand the purpose of following this whole fake situation. But this time they didn't have much ritual going on as usual. They just had this Beyonce with the group of ladies all dressed like Black Panthers, and I guess they're gonna go with whole this Black movement, Black Lives Matter.
That's what they want you to think on this.
Yeah, shaking the boat. Whatever. I don't think people gonna go for this. People are too lazy. They're too comfortable. Nobody gonna go. How they had those riots recently in Ferguson. They had to rile people up and let them be the cops. They were standing specifically. They said, "Well, we gave them time, to have fun. They let them have one night, robbing the stores, and yeah, I mean, in a ghetto, is gonna have one, but." I don't think it's gonna be a war, and obviously in the southern states where everybody has a weapon, none of that shit is gonna happen. Maybe in New York they're gonna have some good riot here, because Second Amendment doesn't work in this state, unfortunately. And I don't like this. It actually gets me pissed off when I hear people, oh, we have our guns, as long as we have our guns. I don't have my guns. I'm not allowed to have a gun. What's up with that? Nobody coming to help me. Hello, Second Amendment here. You can have a gun in New York, walk around the street and, what is it, open carry, have fun with cops. You can. They're going to arrest you. And this is in America.
How much money has the government swindled from us? Trillions of dollars that are just unknown. Man, trust me, our guns ain't gonna do shit versus whatever they got.
They have a printing press, man.
If it turns out to be some kind of physical thing where they like put us in camps and all that, your guns aren't gonna do nothing. Your 6 months of food ain't gonna do nothing. You gotta just get the fuck out of there and pray.
imagine New York and the food is finished, electricity not there. We don't have weapons. Only people in in projects probably carry stuff. Most of there's tens of millions of people in this very small in New York, New Jersey, all the Connecticut tri-state area. It's like locusts. A lot of people are gonna die if just the electricity was to shut down and food supply. It's gonna be really bad here. But I hope none of that is gonna happen, of course. No, I don't think it's gonna be some crazy dying out of people. It's.
Well, the people in charge aren't going to go down without a fight. The only thing we can do is ignore them. You know what I mean? By not just ignore them, but like just ignore them and
no, like Gandhi situation, man. Yeah, the people just came out and said, British, we're not gonna care about you. Whatever you wanna do, you do it. We're just not gonna support it. And as long as soon as some good amount of people, as soon as we can get through, like the informational channels, get to a bunch of people. It's gonna happen regardless, because the internet, unless they're gonna shut it down and make a complete prison out of this. Yeah, it's getting there.
Yeah, I think they're trying to clamp down. I haven't had time. I saw it earlier today at work, but there was an article about what is it? European Union trying to decide whether it's still going to be legal to leave links to other websites, or if they're going to make it a criminal charge now. So,
that's their only
information clampdown.
Do you remember the story in the news a couple months ago about these military Russian vessels just loitering around the underground fiber cables?
Bullshit, man. Putin, I swear to you, I follow Russian politics for a really long time. Yeah. Putin and Obama are best friends. There is no evil Russia who wants to kill you.
I know.
No, it's the same thing. The same central bank is running the whole shit there.
True. But here's the false flag, though. They cut our internet, which fucks us up. They'll just turn it off. Obviously, cutting that one cable is not going to kill
there is
all
not
of our
one
internet.
Cable. There is a few cables, but
but let's just say they destroy the cables. We get into like this war with Russia. So now we're in a war, and our internet's off, so we can't communicate anymore like we are. You know what I mean? I can see.
You can communicate with that part of the globe, but the whole network here.
No, I know, but they'll turn it all off. And no, the average person doesn't know any better. They're like, oh, that's the internet, that one fucking, you know what I mean?
It's gonna if they use a switch, it's gonna be definitely a problem. Absolutely. But don't think. And the whole Cold War, when they were scaring that Khrushchev is gonna nuke America, and none of that. That's all fake. It's absolutely fake. They were cooperating. They were cooperating on a space race, and the nuclear weapons themselves are very suspicious. If you right now gonna look at all the videos they provided for us from their tests from 1956, 1960s, all their nuclear tests, if you're gonna look at these videos right now, you're gonna see, it's not CGI. They didn't have CGI. It's so fake. It's absolutely. Come on, it's like those black and white space movies with robots made of buckets and stuff. It's completely, nonsensical. They don't have nuclear weapons. I don't think they do.
No, half
Otherwise, they would have had a video.
Half of the shots look like they're all overexposed. And it looks
most
like
of that is front screen projection, the technology where they have a very big screen and they project something going on there and people walking around like it's real. It's you can see the line on the ground through the whole every video. It's front screen.
It looks like they aim at the sun. It looks like they're looking at the sun.
Yeah, many times they video the sun through some bubbling, I don't know, something.
Okay, well, you've done a lot of physics classes. Do you think it's possible for vision bone like that?
The way that I read the description in a physics book, in a Wikipedia, the way that I read the description of how they have the controlled reaction is that when you have one atom and it sheds one proton, and that proton goes so fast that it hits another atom, and that atom sheds a proton, and it's a chain reaction, and they all shedding protons and hitting another things. What they don't realize when they tell the story, if you go back to Wikipedia and look at the size of the proton, size of the nuclei of an atom, and the distance between atoms, it's like space. They're so far apart. So you have these little bullets flying around in empty space. They're not gonna hit shit because it's empty. The next nearest atom is like a next star to us in their classical physics. It's extremely far.
I agree. I think that it would do, I think a fission bomb, all it would do is little, it just fizzle.
And the idea that they could start this chain, let's say they started a chain reaction, then they separated in two balls. They have these two balls that they wait till they connect, and when they connect, this is when it's going to blow up. Like, it's nonsense. And they also have somehow a barrier. They have like some super mirrors that reflect all the protons. It's like none of this physics. It's just far-fetched. It's a fairy tale. It's an impossible situation from any angle. Nuclear weapon, unless it's a completely different technology, they're not showing us, they're not telling us. Yeah, that could exist. How they describe it,
and they have to compress it with another explosion first.
You look at the only place where there is evidence that it was used in a populated area where there's supposedly a bunch of witnesses. They show us Hiroshima, they show us Nagasaki, and at the same time they show us what happened to Tokyo after firebombing. Because you can't even tell which one is which. Usually they even would show a Tokyo picture and people think it's Hiroshima. They have some articles with the wrong picture because they're identical. Because Japanese houses was built of wood and paper. They still do it. It's like you burn it and everything burns down. They didn't have concrete buildings. So the only 2-3 buildings concrete, they still were standing after. You know, there's so much evidence that there was no nuclear bombing in Japan just by looking at these pictures that they have, the way it looks. So no, it's a fairy tale, and they were in on it with the Russian communist government. They were never our enemies. Up above, they were friends, and the people were always getting fucked on whatever side it is, getting the short end of the stick.
Well, I just made me some popcorn.
All right.
You really like popcorn, don't you?
Yeah, every other night, man.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I like salt, to be honest. So, let's see.
Yeah, like as I said back about the wrestling, how this the evil guy, the bad guy would raise his chair and parade around. This is what they're doing with Europe. With the refugees, they're like showing all these evil refugees. They would take one crowd of refugees, 5,000 of them, whatever, and they parade them around 50 different countries, borders, and videotape them from all directions. And there isn't so many refugees, first of all. Second of all, I've been to Europe 10 years ago or so. They had, like, I was in Paris, there were no white people there back then. There were Arabs and African, North African, whatever. Like, what are they complaining about? Extra million Arabs? Nothing gonna change there. White people don't live in big cities in Europe. They live in, like, small, whatever, areas far away. So I think it's all bullshit with a fake. That there is no crazy Muslims who wanna kill everyone. There is a few, but there isn't many. Humans are not like that. Humans are not monsters. It's an exception. 1 out of 1,000 could be a psychopath who wants to kill everybody. You know, ISIS is fake. You know, like just like Al Qaeda, just like Taliban. This whole construct. Without this controlling force, there would be no freaking craziness going on. We would be doing good if we. The only people who do bad on industrial scale, really like bad to hundreds of thousands of people, is the government. We get rid of them, it's gonna be all right, because humans are freaking. You don't want to come out and murder your neighbors. You don't do this. You know, we want to
Everybody
leave.
has the rules built into them when they're born.
Yeah, majority. There could be exception, but it's one out of it. Majority of people wouldn't allow for this crap. We want to leave, raise families, whatever. We don't want criminals murdering us. No way. That's not how humans are. Statistically, I just go around whoever I know. It's very few who wants to be a freaking murderer. And the biggest ones, who I'm punished especially, are, like if I'm gonna go kill somebody, I'm gonna be in jail. Those guys kill a couple of 100,000 in Afghanistan, couple of 100,000 in Iraq, Libya, whatever, all this stuff, Vietnam, Cambodia, Korea, whatever, all these countries, killing brown people. They're human beings. It's a crime. What happened to Indians here? It's like so many people are getting killed by this mafia situation for the past hundreds of years. It's not even funny. Who started World War II?
Everything is just a giant ass scripted Hollywood movie with special effects too. There really is. It's like nothing in the real world is like real. And that's the thing. As soon as you wake up, you see things like you see it all. Flat Earth's just one. What you eating, Chris?
What's that?
What you eating?
Oh, nothing, man. I was just grabbing a drink. But what you're saying is exactly true. It's I don't know if any of you guys have ever heard of Plato's man in a cave story.
No.
Mm-hmm.
It's really interesting.
Well,
if you guys got a second.
Yeah, dude.
Okay. Well, if you're ready for story time here, I don't remember exactly, but Plato's man in a cave kind of goes. There's this guy, and from birth he was chained up from a baby. He was born in Plato's man in a cave.
I still haven't heard of it.
He was chained pretty much from birth, and he grew up with these other slaves chained to this wall inside a cave. And all these individuals saw every single day was the shadow figures upon the cave's walls of the people walking by, and they took all kinds of weird different shapes and forms, and that's what they interpreted as their reality, and that's what they thought they looked like and what other people look like, and that's what they thought the world was. So this one ended up breaking free of his chains one day, and he walked outside. As he walks outside, the light's blinding, and as he slowly adjusts his eyes, that's the first time he really sees the world for the way it really is. And that's kind of an interesting euphemism, I think, to kind of waking up to this, is once your eyes finally adjust and you wake up and you see the world around you, you really start to understand what it is that's going on around you and what you're living in.
Yeah, there's a difference between just seeing one lie, like maybe just say 9/11, and actually waking up and like you see it all, and it's like sensory overload.
Yeah, that's one small facet of it.
But the good part about it is you realize that life is really simple, actually, and you have all your needs met, and you can like chill out and not stress anymore. That's how it works for me.
It's true, and one thing I hate to do is depress people or make them sad or down, by talking about this stuff to them. But one thing for me that was almost kind of liberating, so to speak, is when you get to a certain point of kind of accepting what it is that you see and understand around you, and basically you understand that there are some things that you can control. You can control yourself. You can control your thoughts, your actions, and really, that's just about all we can control in this realm. We might be able to control a little bit other than that here and there, but for all intents and purposes, that's what we know we can control. And there's some things out there that we can't control. And I think when we understand what we can and what we can't control, I think that kind of, for me, that frees me up a little bit and kind of puts me, I guess, at a little bit more ease or calm, knowing that, man, we're all in this boat together. We're all in this world together. There is a lot more going on around us that we don't even know about. And we're all here for a reason. And that's the amazing thing. And in the end, you know, it's kind of like, I don't know if any of you guys listen to Bill Hicks, but man, it's all just a ride, I think.
Yeah. That's I was just thinking. I was thinking about that video, as you said something about you know, coming out of the cave and stuff. I was thinking about Bill Hicks' video.
Synchronicity.
That's another great story. His roller coaster analogy there. It's just a ride.
I think
that's true.
Jones.
But I think there's a lot of people that say that, man. It's weird. But you know, I think in the end we're all in this together. I think that we're here for a reason. Personally, I think we're all here for a purpose, and you know, I think all we can do is try to strive to learn and understand that purpose and what it is that we actually see around us to prepare us for that next step, whatever it is.
When I was thinking about like consciousness and, you know, God and what are we really, because we're just like a car driving down the road, but there's a passenger in there, and when that passenger leaves the car's still there, but it don't move no more. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I was like thinking, what's the driver of the car?
It's like a computer without internet.
Yeah, and I think that driver is the same driver in all of us. And I think that's why the golden rule is so important. Because when you realize you actually live your life, like all the lives in the world, and I actually will live as you and experience you because I'm the same consciousness. So if I punch you in the face, somewhere in the timeline, and the timelines all get overlapped into one, like Adobe layers, but you don't notice that here in 3D. But I actually feel that punch, you know? So that's why the golden rule is like so important.
That's the whole Bible, that's the whole religion. That's the only thing you need to know. Okay, that's all Jesus was. Love thy neighbor, whatever. Look, I have another thing. I saw a video, and I'm not sure if it's experiment true or not, but it sounds very reasonable. And I saw some of the rest of that situation in Mark Sargent video. But what I'm talking about is the guy was saying about that was the story about drugs, actually. And they would take a rat or a mice, and they would put it in the enclosed environment, in the aquarium or whatever, and they would leave dripper there with drugs, and the mice would just take these drugs until it kills itself. So they figured out, hey, just the presence of drugs makes a person, you know, addicted very likely, and killing himself. But then they would take the same mice and they would put it into the different environment. It would be like a big circus, like a big a resort, so the mice wouldn't see that there is enclosed the space, that it wouldn't know it's trapped there, and they would live in one corner, so she knew the dripper with drugs, and in another there would be friends mice and food and party situation going on, so happy life basically. So those mice who were in this situation, they weren't getting addicted. They didn't give a damn about the drop, and they were just hanging out with other mice.
They would just do it on the weekend.
So what I'm saying is like this, and this is how they show there is a difference in a behavior. If you know you're trapped, if you know you're imprisoned, then you're gonna behave worse. You're self-destructive, or in other ways destructive towards others.
The prisons are
mental problems. So this is, I think, relates And Mark Surgeon was talking about, like, now we discovered that there is like a wall, and this is like with 9/11 and with everything, we like discovered this wall that we need to knock it down because we don't feel it's right. Our consciousness tells you, you know, murdering people is not good, false flags are not good, hiding truth from us is not good. So we're facing this wall in reality, and our, you know, nature tells us we must get rid of this wall to go further, you know. And I think the situation is not all cool, and we just finding out things. Together with that comes you know, a fight, because it's got to be done, or they either they're gonna end us or we're gonna knock down these walls.
Yeah. Those walls though are mental, because a lot of kids, like when they're like 20, they feel like they're never gonna be able to get a job and a place of their own and all this. You know what I mean? There's a lot of people in that situation. They have all the talent in the world, but you just feel overwhelmed. Like, I'll never be able to have, like, you know, what my parents had. It seemed easy back then. Everyone worked at a factory their whole life and made enough money, you know?
It's not necessary. Tesla was in 1800s, early 1900s. There is technology, absolutely 100%. If there isn't, we can quickly make this technology to make free energy available to us. It's not a fantasy. It's absolutely real, or almost free. Very simple, very easy.
I think the New World Order.
We don't need to go in the past. We got bright future ahead, you know.
I know, but I'm just saying we don't have that. It's being hidden from us right now.
Well, that's a problem. That's another wall that needs to be, you know, something's got to be done about it. Because not right.
I just have a bad feeling that when the New World Order does their little plan to kind of take over, when the U.S. government goes down and NASA goes down, maybe even the Masons go down, there's gonna be this Antichrist savior type dude, or people, or aliens, and they're gonna cure diseases because they already have the cures for them anyways, and they're gonna give us free energy, and we're gonna be like, oh, thank you, okay, we owe you, you know, be our master, right? And then that's gonna when shit hits the fan.
Ace, that's it. I'm sorry, good.
Yeah, what's up?
They're here to serve us as cooking, but yeah.
No, that's a great point that you were making, Ace, and as you were saying before, like this transition into the fourth, into the fifth age, some people take that as the going from the age of Pisces, the age of Jesus, to the age of Aquarius, the Luciferian age.
Yeah.
And that seems to be what kind of the direction in some ways we might be seeing this going. And talking about this, you know, some people call it the fake alien invasion that's coming. You know, personally, I don't think they're really aliens. But you know, if we look at maybe, you know, more from a biblical text of what this could be describing, could this be the fallen angels? Could this be the fallen ones remanifesting themselves as aliens? Could these be extra dimensional beings?
I think it's gonna be a lot of everything, dude. They're gonna have the fake blue beam shit, but that's not gonna fool everyone. So then they're gonna have real fucking UFOs. They already have them since 1940 something. They have 0-point energy hovering craft that look like your classic 1950s UFO. Many people have seen these and like disclosed them. They're built here. They're not alien technology. And
oh yeah, the sport model that was built back in the 80s or whatever, back at Area 50.
I don't know what that is.
Oh man, I just remember it as a kid, back like when the X-Files and everything was on. There was actually a model they used to have at Toys R Us. It was called the sport model, and it was the small, you know, like 24, 30-foot UFO that supposedly was built at Area 51. But yeah, sorry, a little goofy side note, but
no, and I've seen the schematics on this, and it makes perfect sense. And it has like swirling mercury. I don't know about how it powers the. It's got 42 plates, and these plates supposedly bend, space time or whatever. I don't know. It could be fake or whatever, but it seems pretty fucking legit. I'm sure we could come up with something. We can already, quantumly lock fucking shit with super cold. I don't know, dude. But
yeah,
I'm just saying
levitation.
that, and then possibly like genetic freak shit. You know what I mean? And maybe giants. Maybe they're still giants, and they're hiding, waiting for the right time. I don't know. But it's gonna be a lot of something. These people have clawed their way to power, and they, God, it's gonna be a fireworks show, man.
Hey,
yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
A little bit of a situation. I'm gonna have to drop out. I might be
no.
later.
All right, Zach. Yeah.
Hey, good meeting you, Chris, and NN.
Hey, good meeting you, sir.
I should have introduced myself earlier, but yeah, hey, I am Zach, and I'll try and be back.
Okay.
I'm gonna go take care of something.
No problem, dude. Yeah.
Have a good chat.
Take care.
Look, we have 26 thumbs down. Somebody's attacking us. Wow.
Somebody
doesn't like us. 26.
It's all good, man. I got haters. I don't know why.
Oh man, somebody's bored. Too late. Yeah. I don't know. It's a lot of, yelling.
Damn it, Yvette, where'd you go? You didn't even say nothing.
She fell out. Where'd you go, Yvette?
I think she was busy typing or something to people. Yeah, I need to take a break from just watching all the videos all the time and shit, and looking at, like, researching stuff. Do these, like, chats, that are, not scripted and, just more realistic. Because some of the people that I watch, it's, like, so scripted seeming. Like, there's no emotion, and it's kind of like the same thing over and over.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's kind of nice having some notes if you're trying to talk about a specific subject, but it is cool just to keep it loose and kind of keep it open and kind of cover a range of topics, because what we're talking about covers a range of different things.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're looking at a painting, we're looking at the whole world, whole thing.
Yeah, because once it's locked solid, the Earth's flat, and you're not putting on a show to try to help, new people get into flat Earth. Well, there's other topics that are important that, you still need to focus on.
Absolutely.
We can't just sit here and convince each other the Earth's flat. It's like, okay, like, yeah. Now, if there's something new and cool we haven't heard of that's like a good-ass nail in the coffin proof or whatever. But, it's about awareness of everything.
And honestly, man, I kind of welcome the conversation both ways. I mean, there was a time when we all still, believe the mainstream narrative out there, and it's interesting to still have that conversation with genuine people that have an open enough mind to discuss these kind of topics. And I think it's kind of disconcerting sometimes to see some of the people out there get so into that infighting and calling this person a shill, this person a troll, and focusing so much on that. Man, if you don't like what somebody's saying, ignore them. If they're in the chat room and they're saying stupid stuff, block them and get them out of there. Move on. Keep moving forward. And and not worry about the negative aspects that people bring to the table sometimes. Sometimes you just got to leave that goofy stuff aside and just kind of focus on what we're here for, and that's just, you know, learning what we can in this.
There is a common denominator in all that, and I have no problem with it, but it's called monetization and, you know, viewer counts and all that. And if people are stealing each other's like views,
oh yeah,
you know, but they should know all these people watch all the videos. They should be fucking friends. Everyone watches all the videos, you know.
It should be a community where people should share together and not feel like they're competing against one another, but more like they're, you know, part of a team that's kind of working together and learning.
It just shows me they're not fully activated yet.
Well, about physics, like proof, that there is actually so much physics we can do, and you know, like the whole official situation with what they have as a standard, we can call it like if you compile all the fairy tales they have, it's a standard model of cosmology and everything, and it's a pretty large. There's a lot of actually, you know, stuff that they measured and situations that they have, and we can do a lot of science to disprove it because they measured a lot of stuff, and some of that needs to be explained. That's why I'm like,
yeah, distances.
The complexity of the situation of the universe is a very, even if it's small, even if it's a dome around us, it's a very complicated thing. So,
Yeah.
like there is, okay, let's say they're measuring the sun, and even the official scientists, they know it, but they somehow don't talk about it much. But this is one thing how we know is something is fishy, is if you have a CME, coronal mass ejection on the sun, some explosion going on there, from their point of view, Earth has a magnetic shield, and magnetic connection. Actually, there is a straight magnetic connection from Earth to Sun in the official model.
Yeah, the tube.
The tube. But what they do have is when there is explosion going on, there is an instant reaction. Like our Earth's magnetic shield reacts to the sun right away. Because even the sunlight from the sun, even if it's very fast, it's going to travel for some time to get 9 minutes to get to Earth. But usually those coronal mass ejection, they don't know. It takes a day or 2 or 3 to arrive. It's like it's a strange situation with them. But Earth magnetic shield changes right away as soon as there is something going on.
Faster than light.
Earth reacts. Yeah, Earth reacts instantly to it, and probably even before we can even notice. It's like you. When you have a lightning, there was this very slow motion video of lightning where we saw it like very slow, and you could see lightning is going down, looking for a path, reaching down, and from the ground and from some sticks, from some bushes, and from a nearest tree, you could have a little lightning reaching up to that one, because this is a system that works together, you know. So lightning reaching down to the ground and lightning reaching up from the ground. Same thing pretty much going on with the sun. The sun is very
that's a good analogy, dude.
Our planet. There is a lot. There is a lot about, again, like the stars and the distances to them. A lot can be done because it's absolutely, even official science knows that there is a problem with redshift. Because all they do, and with this redshift, what they do, they measure all the stars, and they see they're moving away from us very fast. So they think space is expanding. They call it this effect dark energy, and it's a very powerful thing. It's like a very powerful force that rips the universe apart, but we don't see it. We see it, you know, nothing is flying away from us, but yet the galaxies supposedly are. So they think so because they think the red shift tells us the distance and the speed of it, and so on. But it's not so, because there is specific objects they can see that have two different red shifts, but it's one object because it's obviously connected. We could visually see it's a one piece. But it has two different redshifts, so the redshift is not responsible for the distance. So all that bullshit with this star is 10 trillion light years away, it's just a number. It means something else. It probably means, you know, the what kind of material.
Yeah, it means
what kind of
just flash red, right?
It's just a certain amount of energy, and we detect this red shift, but it's not that it's far away, it's very close. So that science just goes around these things, it doesn't answer them. Like there is real physicists who were studying this on a telescope, this red shift situation, and as soon as they wanted to announce it, they got fired. And with these telescopes, you get telescope time. If you're in a certain college, a professor, you get your telescope time, you get to do your research. As soon as you say, hey, my research tells that this physics is bullshit, they say, oh, really? You're fired and you don't get to do your research on our telescope.
Do you know someone personally, or like know, you know, sort of personally at least? Did that happen?
There is a video. There is two old scientists. They got gray hair. They're like in 80s and 90s already. And this whole situation, there's an hour or 2 hour long video telling about the redshifts, problem with redshifts, and this official, you know, real physicist who got fired for that. This old lady. I'll find this video. Says for you to see, but there is so much proof actually if you look deep in science, and there is so much more to connect the dots. If the official story is not true, that it's obvious there's so much there to discover really. So I don't think this, you know, I think there's a lot of work to do. We need some real physicists actually, you know, because, you know, I bet a smart physicist will come up with a whole bunch of more things that prove that. Okay.
Do you think once we all know that Earth is flat, or that several people do, what do you think that we should, you know, try to find out all the details, kind of like they did with the globe? Like fix all the details, or make sure everyone knows it's flat first, or what? I guess everyone.
It's something that will just. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, man.
I don't know. Maybe it'll just be something that kind of just becomes more exposed in public knowledge as time goes by.
Yeah, because eventually we're gonna want to know all the details. Right?
Yeah, I keep feeling like it's being, you know, it's being pushed out there for a reason.
Yep.
I just, you know, I can't help but think that there's a reason that we're seeing it at this time being exposed and not 20 years ago. But that's part of these, you know, interesting things that we're seeing right now. We're seeing a lot of firsts. That's for sure.
It's wild, man. You know, when we were kids, there was nothing left to explore.
Yeah, we thought it was all figured out.
Now it's like everything. Hell, the Pacific Ocean could have land in it. You know? Why the hell is that Pacific Ocean half the globe is water? Really? Like a private continent.
Well, one thing I think, you know, it wouldn't take, you know, a penetration of Antarctica to take a trip around it, you know, and that would be somewhat inexpensive in relation to some of those other ventures, you know, we were talking about out there.
Yeah.
And I think if it takes you, you know, 2 weeks to go around it, then I think that confirms something. I think if it takes you 6 months to go around it, you know.
Yeah, if all you're trying to do is prove the globe's flat, you take 2 boats, follow the Antarctic shoreline, done.
Exactly.
What Matt wants to do is find the fucking new land or a dome. He's like going.
How many times do you hear the refugees boat sunk on the way through crossing the freaking Mediterranean? There is just a short distance.
That's true.
Do you know how many they could sink your? If you're gonna go there, you think they're gonna let you do that? They're gonna sink your boat, and that's it. Sorry. have a good.
Where is this? What's happening?
Strange things happen to boats that go down there, probably.
To where? Antarctica?
They just recently, I think it was a message that they had the guy died who was crossing Antarctica. It was just a message to us: don't go to Antarctica. It's dangerous. It's deadly, actually. If you go there, you could freeze to death, die. I don't think we need this. There is many other things we can do to check, cheaper things, and going there is dangerous. It's very cold. It's a expensive expedition. You gotta get a bunch of people. I don't know. I think there is. If you want to do crowdsourcing and some type of project, I think there are easier things that could be done, not too far away from our houses and stuff.
Oh yeah, there's all kinds. And that's the great. What are your guys' thoughts of a group of people putting together a documentary? Say like, take like, people like us, for example, different parts of the country, just putting together information in areas around us and putting it together in a kind of a well put together format that expresses the proper tests and scientific method.
Yeah. I have some experience with this. I gotta tell you, if you want to do any piece of information, like something serious, some finished product that you want to present to people and that you're proud of and happy with, there is a very important aspect is a promotion, is how you promote the situation, because you can have one video, one good video and promote it very well and have a very good, public awareness going on and raise more funds and make a website and whatever, conferences, billions of dollars for the journey to whatever, Antarctica. But this is like at the late stage. If you want to do something serious, very important not to forget the whole advertisement situation, because you can advertise online. There's so many ways of promoting some movement situations. So yeah, I had experience doing that. I used to be a promoter. So yeah.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, and that's very true. It seems like you could have a very well put together video and promote it poorly, and have the opposite effect. Yeah. So yeah, I'm sure promotion would play a major part in any kind of venture like that.
So yeah, so for crowdsourcing situation, I see. So one thing, it could be done some testing plus some documentary that includes this kind of testing plus other things and a good promotion. And yeah, that's gonna be worth of doing. Get a good graphics designer. Absolutely, gotta have one good graphics designer who's gonna do intros and all these little things. And promote it well on all the forums. Just a few people could do a very big online spamming type of shit going on, So, yeah, it's very possible, and it's not too expensive, really, to do that.
Yeah, it's certainly something to consider, guys. And even, if somebody was able to put together a computer model reflecting the more or less what we're told the dimensions are of the Earth, you can compare that to real-world scenarios at given altitudes. So, like, you take an aircraft up and go up a particular height. Your computer model shows what you're taught. You should see curvature at a certain altitude. That's another piece of data you can add to that. And I think the more pieces of information, confirmable pieces of information that you have to add to that, the better.
I don't think we're capable of seeing curvature from wherever. What we have, all this footage is from balloon. It's a good, good to see the sun and everything. But I don't.
Oh no, I don't think there's curvature either.
Even if the Earth was a ball, we wouldn't see it from 30,000 from 120,000 feet. It's got to be higher. This is just
not the ball.
This is exactly the reason they use this kind of numbers. They say, oh, sun is 93 million miles. It's extremely large numbers. The Earth is very big, so we're so small.
Hey, Dr. Zach debunked the 93 million miles with AutoCAD, and I just downloaded AutoCAD, and I'm gonna get it up and running. But he took 2 points. He took 2 points on the Earth, 5,000 miles away, and went to timeanddate.com. Got the exact data of where the sun is in the sky, like the angles, and he put those angles on a ball that's, you know, relative.
I saw it.
The sun would have only been like less than 100,000 miles.
There is a little problem. There is actually refraction, so it's got to be probably 10% or something. He should add there.
He did a follow-up video though, and he put it all the way, like almost. He made it to where the lines would have been almost parallel to like 2 decimal places, and it still would only go out like 1 million miles. 93 million miles.
It's ridiculously large.
The sun would be in the same part of the sky, like all over the Earth.
More than that, they saying like the science is ridiculous with numbers, because they saying Mars would be even further at some, if it's behind the sun. For us, Mars is like hundreds of 200,000 or 1 million miles away from us, and
stupid. You would never
have meteorites. They say that in Antarctic they found meteorites from Mars.
Oh,
they say
there's
like 25 or 35. Yeah.
Hey, here's one no one ever talks about. If like Venus and those planets like that, they transit the sun, like they go in front of it. If they're gonna go in front of it, that means they're in an orbit like closer to us. How do we see them fully lit? We should only see like crescents of them. You know what I mean? You following me there?
Yeah.
If they're in front of us and to the side, we would only see like a glancing little like crescent. We wouldn't see them fully lit like they're in back of the sun, reflecting all the light to us. And to see them fully lit, they'd have to be fully in back of the sun anyways. If they're like 1/4 away, we would get like how the moon looks with the phases.
They show like a recent, let's say, flyby of Pluto. Or they did it on other planets. It's just that Pluto is the most ridiculous thing, because if you're going to look at the official numbers, how far Pluto is from the sun, and they have in these pictures like it's done like, you know, like a moon. It's so bright and so detailed, and they see that the sunlight flashes like a ball. You know, you have this bright spot. It has bright spots and everything, and it's so ridiculous. It's like this NASA does everything absolutely photoshopped, and they did it with Jupiter. They did it with I think Neptune. All the planets, they portray them. They're so lit, but they're ridiculously far away. It's not even millions of miles. I don't even know. Let me check Pluto, how far it is. It's far.
It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculously far. Yeah, 49 astronomical units. So it's 49 times 93 millions. You know?
What? See, these numbers get so big, your calculator don't work no more.
Well, it's 100, it's 50, 100, no, fuck, a lot. Man, that's a lot. Ooh, what about miles? Perihelion, 29 astronomical units. That's 29 distances from Earth to Sun. That's for Pluto. The Sun would be there like a dot. You wouldn't have any sunlight on Pluto, yet they're showing it. All the recent pictures you can check.
I want to see the experiment that showed light only travels like a few thousand miles. Have you seen that one?
I like this guy was just doing sort of an experiment. I like his idea that light is just like electromagnetic field. There is a property of an object that is bright. So It's like when you turn on the lamp, the electromagnetic field is certain, whatever distance away from it ends, and this is what it is. And he was showing how he turns off the lamp, but it's probably not true because the spiral there goes dimming, goes cooling, and loses. But he showed that the light travels with the lamp. Otherwise, it would be, going into infinity. You would shoot a light and it would never stop. It would just go and go. So, yeah. But we can't do this. See, these experiments, we gotta have very good equipment to do this kind of testing light speed. It's unavailable to us, unfortunately.
Yeah, exactly. How do you even measure light speed?
You easily, like Michelson-Morley did. You put two waves on one on top of each other and see if there is what is it, like interference? If they're same or there is interference, and you can measure that thing. But you still need very sensitive equipment, and it's available at your university. But you're gonna tell your hey professor, I want to prove that the Earth is flat, or that the sunlight doesn't work the way they told us. Yeah, right.
Ha ha.
The speed of light is not the same.
Because there is.
They haven't tested the speed of light for a while, and I mean when they did it in the past, it kept dropping.
Yeah, there was some video I saw. The guy was saying there is, if judging by experiments from 16th century till now, the speed of sunlight actually was lower. Oh wait, was it lower or faster? Well, it's changing.
No, it's slower. It's when they first started testing it with reliable equipment, it was quite a bit faster, and now it's
slowing down.
Yeah, every test they had since then, it slowed more and more. They finally decided, well, I guess it's not going to slow anymore because they set it at 186,000 miles a second, whatever.
And it's a bunch of constants. It's not just the speed of light. They just have this book that has established constants, and once in a while they actually do review, like how would you review, and they adjust some of those constants, so that just, they're using their own word for it, because constants shouldn't be changing. That's the whole point of it.
Exactly. Oh, fuck, dude.
Another thing the science does, which is the great mistake, which you can't go against when you're dealing with, again, your like professor. If you're gonna say that Earth is a special place, like this Copernicus principle, meaning that like everything is the same everywhere we look in the universe. That's how they get all these gravitational dancing stars, because we see a sun here, there must be sun everywhere. Well, all those bright lights must be suns, but we've never been there, we never touched them, we don't know. And yeah, that's the whole principle, that Earth is some very special place, and it obviously is, because the chance of having a life on a planet like this, just in a random universe, it's unbelievable. It's impossible to do this. And it's like winning a lottery 1 billion times every day. You go and win the lottery. It's still higher chance than that.
That's why they came up with the multiverse theory.
Yeah, because they ran out of ideas. So they say, okay, you're still insignificant because there's only because there's life here, we can observe it. So this is a special one, but there is. They can't do this shit. They can't see another. It's like dark matter. Where is it? Where is that?
They don't want to admit there's a creator. They don't want to admit there's a creator.
My room is full of pink unicorns, but they're invisible and you can't touch them, but they're there. It's the same scientist. Come on, it's laughable. When an intelligent person, seriously, I can entertain the idea, it could be a theory, but since you can't test it, it's just a fairy tale. They gotta pay attention to this, like, what is a postulate, what is a theorem, what is really, because like Einstein has a theory, it's not proven. Like all these things we operate, they have a named theory, and there's a lot of contradictions to those theories.
Half of them should not be called a theory. They should maybe be called a hypothesis.
Hypothesis, yeah, exactly.
See, and that's why these globe people are like, oh, you don't believe in science, you're using a computer. It's like, first of all, that's like engineering, really, more. Like, I believe in the scientific method. Like, they don't know how much school I took, you know what I mean, and what I did. Like, to try to belittle you, man. That's all they fucking do. I go through periods of ignoring them and then battling them. Just, I guess, because I'm bored. So, I don't know. What's up, Mark? How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, I left a little comment. I tried to paste it in the chat box there. It was way too big. But Jeff Stewart was 100% right. That son of a bitch is Kyle Jones. The video
he just made a video that he wasn't and showed his face, actually. Did you see?
Did he show his face?
Yeah, he just made TIM OZMAN just made a video saying Jeff Stewart is wrong and I'm not Kyle Jones.
I tried to watch it. It was really long, though.
Yeah, in the end, last seconds, he showed his face.
Watch that video about Jeff Stewart first and look at his comment. The first comment I saw was he said, well, I screen captured it and everything.
Yeah.
The first comment he said, or I saw, he was saying, you know, he had to delete his Tim OZMAN and cognitive dissonance or dissonance.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think that's bullshit. I left him a comment. I said, you know, watch out for the flat Earth assassins. You know, the ones that threatened his life because they know what he looks like. You know, they know what Kyle Jones looks like. And I said, yeah, man, yeah, more or less felt sorry for him. Somebody's gonna not take him out, but I mean, you know, I know one thing. I'd bitch smack that motherfucker if I ever saw him, you know, face to face. I would bitch smack him. I'm a 64-year-old man, but I'm tougher than that motherfucker. Either one of them.
All he can do is troll Patricia. This is his niche. This is where he should go and troll the Mark Surgeon and Patricia. And you know. He has no, like all these people, they trying to make a video and disprove the flat Earth, where they do not know any physics to do this. They probably like search something online and try to plagiarize the information they get, but there is no serious people doing any disproving. I don't see it because I debunk, they're debunking in no sense, no time.
It's almost getting old. It's like, well, I guess they're never going to come up with anything. They say they got all this proof, but then they never show you or, you know.
It's like they make one video thinking they disproven flat Earth, and now they talking in the past tense, so like it's been disproved, it's been debunked. Like, no, have a debate with somebody who, you know, knows a little science, because it's not. It's very hard. Nobody. I'm not saying Earth is flat or globe. It's very hard. It's actually needs more investigation. It's obvious that they never showed us pictures. It's a very telltale sign. It goes against that. Like, there is no pictures, dude. We do not know.
There you go. Keep it synthetic. You know, because we, you know, I just know I've never seen curvature, and I've done little tests, and I've seen a full moon during the daytime, and it was supposed to be in Australia at that time. You know, like, what am I seeing halfway across the, you know, world? But then again, I'm like at 6,000 feet elevation, and I think that has something to do with my line of sight being different. Yeah.
6,000 feet, you would see probably 150 kilometers or so. according to globe Earth mathematics.
Yeah.
Oh, 150 miles, yeah, 120
Well,
maybe. Yeah.
the air here is like really dry and it's clear all the time. And
Oh, that's great, man. I wish to live in a place like this. You have beautiful sky there, probably, if you go away from light pollution.
Yeah, this little part of Colorado gets more sunny days than Hawaii.
Oh, the stars. Do you see the stars?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Like that's what I did tonight before I fired this.
Oh,
I went in the
I
hot
would kill for this.
tub. Just looked at the stars.
In New York, we have when you go out of city, you drive a couple hours away from city and look back at it. You see like a black clouds covering the whole thing. You see 20 stars on the best, the clearest night. You see 20 stars or so. It's ridiculous, man. They stole the whole.
My friend moved to Manhattan from Houston. In Houston, it's pretty. I lived in like the outskirts, you know, but it was still pretty shitty. You could drive an hour into the country and see some good stars, but not like here. And also, Houston's at sea level in Colorado, like where I'm at. It's like, you know, at least 6,000 feet. And the stars and the moon look closer. Even the clouds look a little closer. Really?
Clouds are only 2-3 miles away from us, actually. Like official, that's how the horizon forms. Like the ground or the water. If we're looking across the water, we see 3 miles, 5 kilometers, 3 miles further. But if the clouds that go down and blend whatever with the ocean or whatever, that they're 3 miles away. So this whole perspective is very funny how we look at things, because the sun, it's on a totally different elevation, and this is another story. Like, how high is the sun? I want to know. We need to do some math on that, because there's different stories. But what we see is like we see 3 miles of earth or ground or water. We see the sky. We see more, probably like 10 miles of the sky with clouds, and then we see the sun with that background. But I don't know.
I would like to get a couple people together with some surveying equipment.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm working on my job site there's a surveyor out there. And I asked his helper, the one that walks around with a stick, I was like, hey dude, how long you been doing this? He's like, oh, about like 2 years. I'm like, cool, man, you like it? Yeah. Hey, you ever seen any curve?
Yeah.
Like, what?
There is a problem with surveying equipment. I figured out. Look. We can't use surveying equipment. We can use like theodolite or whatever to measure the moon angles, sun, stars angles, but nothing ground-based, because all the ground-based equipment uses a bubble or whatever, something that uses, flatness of the gravity. If Earth would be a ball and we would move further, along the edge, it would look parallel, and it like negates the curve. So any ground-based observation on ball Earth would still look flat, because each time it uses levels. So this wouldn't be a proper way to check it. But if we would measure the angles of the moon and the timing from all different places, especially from south of the equator, if we get somebody in New Zealand, Australia, or South America, it would be really good. And if we measure the moon angles, that way it's easier than the sun. That way we can check out. Oh, look, TIM OZMAN. Hey, Tim, what's going on?
What up?
How come every time I tune in, you guys are talking about me? Oh, we were just talking about you, but I actually wanted to advise everybody to forget you, because, you're not doing anything these days. You're not doing no work.
Bro, the homeboy said that you showed your face. That's about it. But what'd you do with Jeff? I don't get it. Did I miss something?
Come on, let's invite him. Let him tell us. Let me in.
Oh.
He's asking to let him in.
Oh, a meltdown.
Man, guys, I got to be jumping off here. I got work early in the morning, and it's getting pretty late over here.
I actually do too, but yeah. Nice.
It's been good chatting with everybody. Yeah, it was good talking with you, man.
Yeah, we're talking about all kinds of crazy shit tonight. That's good stuff. I like it.
Yeah, good conversation. Well, guys, take it easy. Hope to chat again soon.
All right, Chris, if that's your real name.
Yep, that is my real name, man, Chris. All right, take care, guys. See ya.
Well, then I'm like doing some shit. Hold on really quick. Yeah. Alright. You still there, Mark?
Yep, still here.
Cool. How was your day?
Hey, what's that other? I mean, I saw some other flat Earth live stream.
Dude, I have no idea what that is.
It looks like it's shown.
Yeah, he's
showing
showing videos.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that copyright strikeable?
I have no idea. I don't know whose channel it is or whose.
I don't know. I mean, it's
yeah,
all
what
right.
videos he's playing. You know, he might be playing his own videos.
No, there was a bunch of different videos like Matt Boylan, Eric Dubay, some other people doing like physics stuff, the Sonyak experiments, all kinds of just random stuff. But there's no one on there talking, you know?
No, but they have a chat window up.
But
Yeah.
Jeff's channel got shut down, right? Flat Earth FETV?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I got shut down. All because of Tim Osmond.
No, he says he had nothing to do with it.
I don't think he did. Huh?
Oh, Tim, is
What's
it?
up, dude?
Why are you guys talking about me?
I'm not talking about you, bro.
No, I just heard some old motherfucker talking about me.
Fuck you, punk. You know, you don't know who.
You don't know the
What do you think I
You
did?
don't know who the fuck I am.
I don't know. What do you think I did? You don't even know who I am.
I'd shove your ass up your fucking head. I don't care whether you're Kyle Jones.
Oh, man.
You don't know. Yeah.
Let's not fight. Let's.
He didn't say you did anything, Tim.
So why is he talking so much shit?
I don't know. He said that you posted a video about
talking shit for months.
You see me? You think I'm fucking Kyle Jones, motherfucker?
That's not you, bro.
That's not me.
I don't see shit.
No.
I see a black screen.
No, it's
not. Wow.
That's not you.
Yeah, motherfucker.
What's going on?
Talking about? Watch my mouth move. What do you think this is, CGI? Are you that stupid?
Where are you, man? Oh, you're outside?
Why is that stupid?
What is this?
I'm right here talking. What the fuck do you want? Does this look like Kyle Jones, a fat ass? No, it's not. So stop fucking saying it. It's stupid.
So,
my shirt that I wore
how was your day, dude?
Look at my shirt. What do you know? Look, I'm in fucking San Diego.
What does your shirt say?
Nice, man. How is the weather? Oh, it's warm.
You're in San Diego
I want to move to San Diego.
Like, trolling around on like flat Earth channels or something. I don't get it.
Dude, I'm done fucking trolling you
Well, I know
motherfucker.
you're not trolling. You're not been trolling, but you're hanging out on like YouTube instead of enjoying the scene.
What do you mean? Go watch some of all my videos.
I will in a little bit, dude. I worked like 10 hours today, man. I know you don't have to work, but you know I chose to.
I just reinstated my Tim Osman account, right? So it's back. It has all my videos on it. All right. I was just trying to tell you guys about the fucking shills.
I know the shills.
Where?
This whole movement is full of them, dude.
They're all shills. We know it, man.
That's why I
the old motherfucker. Literally, I just joined for 2 seconds, and you guys are still talking about me. Like, do you guys not have anything better to talk about?
Go listen to the whole video. You joined at the magical moment when he brought up the fact that you made a video dissing Jeff, and I hadn't seen it. You joined at the exact right time when your name was brought up. Do you understand that?
Listen to this thing. It's on YouTube. Re-listen. We weren't talking about you.
Yeah, re-listen. For hours we've been talking about crazy shit, not even flat Earth. So, my friend here is a Russian physicist.
Right when I fucking joined, I got some old-timer fucking talking about me. He doesn't know what I do.
Old-timer?
He only knows that you troll a bunch of videos, okay?
Alright, man. Let's forget it. Let's not fight here.
I see glasses, man. I see a fucking hat. I see a dildo wearing glasses and a hat.
Oh my God, let's be nice. Let's not turn it into a verbal brawl.
That's pathetic, dude. You're 64 years old and you're fucking trolling people. You're fucking pathetic.
Oh, well, wait. Oh,
why
shit.
are you instigating?
I gotta be young and stupid to do it like you?
Guys, a little bit. You could be the bigger man and chill. You know what I mean?
No, look, man. You're sitting there talking shit about me too, man. You have no fucking.
Go listen back to this fucking video. I ain't talking shit about you. I've never talked shit about you.
I saw your chat. Alright?
My what?
In the chat, dude. If you let this shit go on and not say anything, you're fucking. I don't really care whether an old.
What are you talking about in a chat? I'm not even looking at my chat, dude.
If you guys want to prove the fucking flat Earth, then do that. You don't need to fucking talk about
it. Okay,
We're not even talking about flat Earth, bro.
Don't worry about it. Just one guy, forget it.
This video is called "A Day in the Life of a Flat Earther." It's not talking about flat Earth.
Can you prove us that the Earth is a globe? Do you have any proof?
Tim can prove it. Yes.
Curvature? Can you prove curvature of Earth to us?
Yeah, dude. Go look at my video. Jeranism is a fraud. All right. It's on.
Jeranism is a. I don't want to say any bad things about him, but it's Jeranism. I'm not Jeranism. He's not here.
Does this video prove the globe? Yeah. Like, what's the proofs? Like, real quick.
Just said prove curvature, and that it's on that fucking video. Okay. So maybe old time go and try to find, YouTube, Tim Osman. Maybe you can find my Mark Sargent chat as well.
Mark Sargent is a shield. Jeranism is not so bright at all, and he doesn't know any physics. But how about
you ask about curvature? So
are those Ray-Bans?
And figure it out. All right.
Are those Ray-Bans?
No, dude. I got these for $1 at Goodwill, man.
I was gonna say they look like they cost $1. Yeah. Shut up.
You don't want to prove us that the Earth is a life. We want a life. I don't want to go look for videos because I don't want to talk
tour
to a
of
video guy.
Of your car, dude.
I want to hear your evidence if you have any.
My evidence? Why do I need to prove evidence, dude? You're talking about a fucking flat Earth. You guys have nothing.
I don't know. Actually, see me. I don't know what is the shape of our planet. I'm trying to find out. And that's why I'm trying to check.
We can figure out that I'm not fucking Kyle Jones, okay?
Okay, I don't.
Dude, nobody cared. You didn't even need to do that. You know what I mean?
We're not the type of people here who care are you Kyle Jones or not. It doesn't matter. Those guys are shields. We know it.
How old are you, dude?
It does matter. I'm 28.
23? Oh, 28. You just look young.
Yeah.
You got any hoes with you right now?
Nah, man.
Well, what? At that? No, okay, never mind. Let's leave it at that.
No, not tonight. I'm actually doing a fucking bit on homeless. I'm actually looking homeless for
good stuff, man. Good
You're
stuff.
living like a homeless person?
Literally homeless for
what?
30 days. Yeah.
For
And I'm
how
doing
long?
30 days.
Oh, fucking awesome. With no money or nothing, right?
You can
Well,
do that.
You know, that's a rite of passage for like fucking mystery school type shit, man. Are you? What are you doing? Are you like in the
T for
occult?
Truth. You remember T for
Hold
Truth?
on.
You seen him?
Nah, this fool's like, and he's gonna be like big time in the future. Remember Tim OZMAN? He's gonna be like a president or run a company that's like Microsoft style.
I have several companies, man, and I work about 4 hours a fucking week. Like that's my goal in life, and I've reached it.
I understand. You know, I used to do that too with Forex trading. So, you know, shit hit the fan, I'll tell you that too. There's ups and downs, you know what I mean?
I literally can't believe that I pushed on your fucking chat or your fucking video and you guys talked about me again, dude.
It's a telepathy,
Just
man.
believe
We're
it and don't
connected.
worry, watch the video, you'll see what I'm talking about.
99% not me. I'm just saying, like, every fucking day you guys, everybody's talking about
We're not hating you. Don't worry about it.
Still, dude.
I don't allow hate in here, so like, just chill.
Try to help you guys try to figure out how the fuck you're gonna figure out this flat Earth shit, dude. How to actually put things in motion.
Are you aware how fucked up our standard model of physics of cosmology is?
Yeah, but dude, flat Earth does not make any sense at all.
Our physics doesn't make sense. General theory of relativity, special theory of relativity.
Relativity? That's a theory. Okay, we don't need relativity to prove the globe. Why do?
Yeah, but we need to notice how the stuff that we study in schools and colleges, our professors, what they telling us, they're full of shit.
The point is, it's
bullshit.
Relativity is not bullshit, okay? It's not.
Oh, really? Do you know where it's used? Do you know where they use the special theory of relativity in real life? In what devices?
Is not full of shit. It's not
Do you know where it's used? If it's not bullshit, it's a theory. It's not proven for 100 years.
I'm talking about relativity. I'm not talking about the fucking relativity. Listen, if I'm going 60 miles an hour going straight and you're coming at me 60 miles an hour, that's 120 difference, dude. That's relative positioning.
Measure relativity.
That's the position of relativity. If I was not going 60 miles an hour and you were going 60 miles an hour, then it's only a 60 mile an hour difference. All right. So yes, relativity.
That's not what that
doesn't apply in real life. For one second thing, Einstein has been already debunked like a million times. I can debunk Einstein for an hour. I can tell you for 2 hours, give you a lecture on how Einstein was wrong in his physics, man. It's a theory and it's wrong.
There's no proof of flat Earth, but we want to bring up fallacies.
Maybe I don't know about proofs of flat Earth. We got to research. It's physics. It's not like proving. You know, I'm in San Diego. Look, it's difficult. You got to learn some science. You know, because people are saying all this stuff. You know, they don't know science. There is actually very important stuff. If you don't want to look into science, all right. How about pictures of Earth? What happened with that? Why don't we have pictures of Earth for the past 40 years? Where did they go? What's wrong?
What's your major, Tim? What'd you major in?
Photographs of Earth. They're missing.
Huh? So I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, what's your major in school? Are you a psychology major? Yeah.
No, dude, I went to Texas Christian University and fucking dropped out because I started my own businesses. I was selling
You told me you had a master's degree last time I talked to you.
No, I didn't.
I swear you did, dude. Come on now. Yes, and you said you were going back to college in California.
Are you kidding me?
You told me you were in college in Denver and you were going back to college.
Oh, shit. You dreamed that up.
I didn't dream that up.
Yes, you did. I've never said... What the fuck are you talking about? Are you high? Seriously.
No, I'm not fucking high, dude.
You're putting words in my mouth, and I never said anything like that, man.
All right. Let's pass it. Whatever.
Okay, then.
So, okay, so you don't want to
You're in
argue
school
about
now?
physics or social aspects of this Earth shape that we don't know what shape it is. You know, you don't want to argue that. So you have nothing.
Flat, all right? Concave has a model. Heliocentrism has a model. You guys do not have shit. Okay, I proved that. Watch Tim Osman channel.
Listen. Physics also has a model. It's a very big model. It includes all cosmology. It's called Standard Model of Physics or of Cosmology. It includes everything in it. And that theory, that big thing that they're presenting to us has so many holes, so many flaws in it, that it's obviously wrong.
Flat Earth. So I don't know why you would jump on the flat Earth fucking bandwagon when there's plenty that actually makes sense.
I'm not on any bandwagon.
He's
I'm
not
just
on flat Earth, dude, and neither am I. I'm on just, it's not a 1,000-mile-an-hour spinning globe. Period.
Oh, okay.
It's not, dude. Something else is different. Something is different. Yeah.
Let's talk about a ball that does one revolution in 24 hours. How fast does that ball go, right? Not very fast. But everybody like they're
based on the size, dude. It's not that. It's not that. It's the stars. It's just, it doesn't matter. I've already talked about it plenty of times. What's
hey,
up?
Tim, are you a ventriloquist? What did you major in?
Tim, are you aware that physics?
A fucking 64-year-old troll, all right, man. That's what I majored in. I majored in winning at life hacks.
Oh yeah, I can see you're a real winner.
Yeah, I am.
Are you aware that physics as science allows us to choose the perspective that we want? So if I want to say that the center of the universe is where I'm at because I'm the observer, I can
Fine.
see it.
Fucking fairy tale, dude. I don't give a fuck. Just don't say it's truth, okay? Because it's not.
It is true. The center of the universe. Physics is such a funny science that allows any observer to select any point in the universe and say that this is the center of the universe. This is, as an observer, I have a right. Physics gives me this right to put a center of the universe anywhere I want it. You do not realize that this is going on. Maybe we shouldn't even argue at all because I don't think you have anything to, new to tell me.
Cool.
Oh, do you have anything new to tell me about science?
Go drink some more Kool-Aid and pretend and go live in fucking imagination. I don't give a fuck anymore.
I'm not in imagination. I'm talking about physics right here. We're talking about physical models of this universe. You're trying to accuse us of something. What do you know, man? Tell us. You obviously, have a lot.
I know that you guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about because you're not studying in it, okay? People that study.
What exactly? Well, let's see what
Dude,
we
don't
know.
spit conjecture here, man, and I don't think you've ever heard me spit any conjecture. So
you say that the stars don't work in your opinion, and it's like, dude,
no, not in my opinion. Look, I've got AutoCAD on my computer. I just got it. I'll fucking make models and show you what the fuck it's supposed to look like, okay?
I'm done with flat Earth. I don't care, dude. You guys don't know what you're talking about. That's the whole point of what I tried to fucking...
Can you not imagine that maybe they lied to us about a few things, dude?
Just words.
You know these psychopaths lie. You know these psychopaths lie about fucking everything.
Look, conspiracy theorists have nothing, okay? Nothing.
Nothing? Okay, dude, bye-bye. You're just, you're uneducated. You don't know. You came to talk about the subject you know nothing about, and yet you're saying to us we don't know. I know. I can give you a lecture on any conspiracy theory. Okay. That's the whole point. That's why I'm talking about it, because I know. You see? We lost him. I mean, he has nothing. He has no solid. He can say, "Oh, you don't know nothing. You're all idiots." Whatever. Where is the solid, proof, explanations? Oh my God. Anyways, man, forget him. He has nothing. He's really empty. You know?
All the time he was on, I never saw his friggin' lips moving.
I tried, to get some substance,
No,
some
I'm serious.
argument, some discussion.
Kyle's in the background, and this guy's a puppet holding the fucking phone.
Probably, but you
Whatever.
know.
Who cares, man? This guy is just, that's his. Let him go troll Patricia, man. That's all he can do, man. He can come in and answer this question that are gonna make us stupid because I'm gonna make him stupid. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He didn't study physics, obviously.
Well, Einstein, didn't he get his boost from the eclipse showing, that supposedly gravitational lensing?
Yeah, what about it?
Well,
gravitational lensing could be many things. There could be so many things: diffracting light, refracting it, whatever, bending it. It doesn't have to be gravitation. Science has only one thing. If whatever you look at something, whatever the hell it is, they're gonna say it's gravitational. You're gonna see something receive a signal, some X-ray signal or some kind of wave coming from anywhere in the universe, and you're gonna ask scientists today. You're gonna say, yeah, that's either gravitational collision or a mass condensing, or this or that. They only have one force that they describe the whole world with, and it's gravitation, and that's ridiculous. Einstein has been disproven millions of times. There is so many problems with his model. The only reason why people don't really challenge him, well, because first of all, the scientists, they have like this unspoken rule that you cannot challenge status quo because it's gonna, be chaotic situation, really chaotic. You can't challenge the foundations of physics. But another thing that he has this mathematics. He didn't come up with this mathematics. He was working with mathematicians, and what they use there, like we have 3 coordinates of space, they have mathematics with 4 coordinates, the 4th one being the time. And it's the same, like you can change spatial coordinates, you can change time coordinate, the 4th one, and they equal to each other. They're the same thing in his theory. So what he does is he postulates. First, he postulates there is no ether. Second, he postulates that we live in this space-time continuum thingy going on. Then he postulates that the speed of light is the limit. Like all these things, he just postulates them, and it's very, like it's not right to go about science and postulate things which you haven't proven. And his whole theory is based on this, and there is plenty of people debunking his mathematics. There is people who go into this very complicated mathematics and say, hey, you're doing a division by 0 and it's not obvious because these formulas are so complicated. It's unnatural mathematics. They had to create a specific thing to describe the curvature of space, the supposable curvature of space. And,
But look, how is space curve in 3
well, that's
dimensions?
like which dimension would it curve in? Yeah, exactly.
It only seems to curve the 2nd dimension.
Exactly. We don't see that. Like we see flat space, like space as it is. It doesn't have no space to curve. If it's curved, it's going to be an object curved. It's impossible concept. It's imaginary concept that the space could bend actually, because we can't see it. If it's an extraordinary claim, you gotta have extraordinary proof. And he doesn't have any proof of the space bending. It's like, oh, we look up in the sky and we think what we see could be a gravitational lensing. Well, it could be not. There is other things. We look in the sky and we see cosmic background radiation, and it gives us very interesting, data that they already sent 3 probes measuring this cosmic radiation, and each 3 probes gives us that all the objects we see if we analyze like everything is around Earth, everything is positions itself around Earth, and if we analyze all the stars, they're like in spheres. They're like Earth has spheres around it, very far away, and this is where the stuff is. You know, Earth is the center of the universe, and for any purpose, anybody could choose any center of the universe as they wish. You know, it's there. The only thing that contradicts that is the Copernican principle, which says that, you know, like the universe is what is it, homogeneous or whatever, it's the same wherever we look, and it's unlimited or whatever, we can see the end of it. So yeah, Einstein has many problems, really. He was admitting himself he was wrong, but nobody picked up on it because he was such a big pop star all over the world, you know. Same thing as with Stephen Hawking. They made him big rock star, huge in 70s. He discovered that black holes actually have radiation. As they consume all the matter around them, some light actually comes out from the border where there is whatever the relativity event horizon thingy, and some go in and some virtual particles go out, and he called it a gray radiation, some black hole radiation, and got very famous for it. And now he's saying different things, saying, no guys, I was wrong in the 70s. Apparently black holes are not black, they're gray. Right now, a few years ago, he was saying black holes are not black, they're gray because they emit radiation. They don't just consume, they're not absolutely black bodies that consume all light around them. So the foundation should be shaken by just that, you know, that the black holes are not black holes, you know. No, they don't care, you know, they forgot he's still a rock star, you know, and they're not changing the science book so far.
Oh man, it's crazy, man. They'll disprove something in, you know, mathematics, and they'll change it. But when it comes to this and it involves the Earth, they don't change it.
They can't. If they were to change, they gotta knock down the whole thing, and that's gonna cause that same thing as a continuation of government. That's gonna be chaos on Earth because everything is state on this. They can't. No. But you know, internet records all this stuff, so it's more and more proof. You know, it's not going away. When one person get exposed to the information, you know, it doesn't go away anymore. He knows, then he's gonna spread it. So let's see.
Hey, have you heard of Stephen Crothers? He's an Australian mathematician.
That's the guy I like. He's not I thought he was Irish or some Scottish. He has this accent. I think he's Scottish.
No,
Stephen Crothers. Yeah, he's a great guy. I love it. Let me look up. Yeah, that's the guy I'm talking. He's the guy who proves it in mathematical way. Yeah.
Yeah, he said. Yeah, there's only a couple possibilities. I think a maximum of 5 different possibilities.
Yeah, he said it's either
a black hole.
Black hole, a Big Bang universe. This whole thing is beautiful because we don't even know which universe we live in. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you can only have a black hole in, you know, like 3 different types, and it can only be a single black hole, no other matter. No other energy.
Yeah, that pretty much makes sense. If you have one black hole, then everything has to be a black hole by the way they describe it.
Yeah, Schwarzschild or Schwarzschild. Yeah, the Schwarzschild radius. The guy he did the math for Einstein. No, Einstein wasn't smart enough to do it. You know, so he had a mathematician come up with a formula for the possibility of a black hole. But now they've got micro black holes and mini black holes and maxi, you name it, super humongous fucking black holes. You know, give me a break. They're everywhere. But
yeah, but it's mathematical.
But the theory
if
doesn't.
you have one
The
singularity,
theory doesn't support that.
yeah, the whole universe is going to be, because singularity, it's an impossible object in our physical. As soon as you bring it in our universe is destroyed because it's irrational. Singularity is like unlimited mass collapsed into itself. It's all physical laws break down, and it's going to break down the whole universe with it. It's impossible. You bring in pink unicorn, which 100% can't function in our reality. This is not what we observe. This is not what's possible. Absolutely, yeah. Mathematically, you can prove I'm sure there is a million of ways of disproving solidly mathematically that you can argue mathematics. It's not like philosophy or anything good or bad. You just disprove it, and that's it. It's just solid. And there is Einstein has been disproven already, but they can't change it. It's gonna affect everything on this planet. So yeah, there is this dilemma. Steven Crothers is great. Yeah, I like him. But I always thought he was from his accent. I thought it was Scottish or Irish. Steven Crothers. Where he's from? There is this whole electric universe situation. What they do there. There is actually like very scientifically literate, a whole bunch of scientifically literate guys who debunk the official physics, and they do it very well, building a new model. Hey, since they debunked the redshift, so we don't know how far away they are. Maybe everything is electrical, but it's just like really close to us. The distance, we don't know how to measure the distance. We gotta come up with that. Yeah,
Okay. Excuse me. He was expelled from the University of New South Wales.
Mm-hmm.
But he was living.
Welsh. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, because sometimes I don't even understand what he says, but he's a fun guy. Yeah, I like the whole electric universe crowd. I think those are the people. They gotta get this idea of actually checking. Our shape of our planet and geocentricity of the system and so on.
Jesus Christ, I just watched Jeff's video. Sorry, I was gone.
Wow.
Huh?
What happened with the video? What's there?
I don't know. He says all us flat earthers are stupid.
Who says? Jeff?
Jeff, yeah, crazy. He got, he's just pissed about the channel, but
man,
fuck it, you can make another one in no time. You know what I mean?
I know, but look, I think there's a problem. What is this guy named? Robert?
Yeah.
He's probably a good guy, and his heart is probably in the right place. But the things you do, he doesn't understand science. I don't know how he's not fired from his university.
Robert? Yeah, he's just all over the place looking.
He's all over the place. Yeah, that's the thing, and he spends so much time trying to prove. So he's mistaken many times. I'm just like, oh boy. But I don't think he's a shill. Just I think he's a bit crazy, like all of us.
Oh, that was on Kyle Jones' channel. Of course.
Yeah.
Kyle Jones' channel happened to have
Kyle Jones, I'm Tim.
Black Goo. No. Oh, that's a good one.
Did you read the comments below?
The Jeff Stewart one? The Meltdown?
Yeah.
Why is it on Kyle Jones' channel? Why is it not on Jeff Stewart's channel?
Jeff deleted it. He grabbed it before it was deleted.
You know why? Black Goo? You know the conspiracy theory about Black Goo?
Yes, I do. And it's real.
It's actually ties in with, I learned a lot of it, but I learned in Russian, and there was this very, very weird guy, because all the guys who would talk about this stuff are really weird. And he has this theory here, and it's a very complicated situation. He shows through history, he shows through archaeological statues and everything. They depict the process of how they do this genetically modified situation, and he was trying to explain very similar story to black goo. That's why I think it's very interesting, you know, because with the spraying in the air, that could be that could have a lot to do with our genome and modification.
Yes, there's some good documentaries about chemtrails and Morgellons disease. Have you seen Morgellons disease?
I heard something about it. I want to research about it.
It's sickening, man. It's one of them things that'll make you not be able to sleep at night.
Oh man, I seen it all. Trust me.
Morgellons disease has been out for like 10 years now, and when you get it, you get sores on your body, and they open up, and these little fibers are all in there.
Oh yeah. I heard.
And then little metal particles come out of it.
Yeah. Oh, okay, I heard about that. I've seen the images.
But look, the thing is, they tested like 28 people, healthy adults. They didn't have Morgellons disease. And 27 out of the 28 people had these fibers in their body. Meaning we all have it, and it's just some people reject it, and they get the sores. So they're like spraying us with shit that we breathe in, and it gets in our body, and I don't know what they're doing, assembling little machines inside of us and trying to change our DNA. I don't know, man.
Well, that goes into the whole, like, a background for this thing would be like two races or two kinds of civilizations living next to each other. One very advanced that could manipulate the genome and do all this freaky stuff, and it looks like this is what's going on. But then going back in history where we have all this megalithic buildings left for us, very also complicated, you know, we don't know how they were built. So it looks like that civilization was always present parallel with aborigines, people with native people of the land who didn't have that technology, possibly, I'm just looking into it. And what we can notice if we look at the crops and how that they had this technology manipulating the genome back, let's say 12,000 on official chronology scale, in official science. That's how everything, all the agricultural stuff was born. First we were hunter-gatherers, and then the wild crops like wheat and everything somehow mutated and became the wheat that we eat today in bread and everything. But if we look at this particular mutation, how they became from wild to the stuff that we have right now, we can compare, because in the wild that they have, like, let's say the wild one has 21 chromosomes or whatever, genome consists of 21 pieces, and the one we have now in one area, because there was like separate places where agriculture started in South America, in Middle East, in South Asia, in North Africa. There are these areas where Turkey especially, and the crops are different, because in South America, for example, I don't know exactly the numbers, but for example, the wild one would be 20 chromosomes, the South American would be 40 chromosomes, the one we get in the Middle East would be 60 chromosomes and stuff. So and the kind of mutation that had to happen from the wild crops to the one we eat, there was a very complicated mutation which involved a whole bunch of sections within the code of the DNA.
Well, just to interrupt, domestic animals always have a different amount of chromosomes.
Yeah. And the animals got domesticated at the same time.
But humans also have that weird, like, extra chromosome kind of hinting that we are domesticated.
Yeah. So it hints at that same time the animals were domesticated, the crops were domesticated, and something probably there was the time that Bible describes as Eden and creation of humans, something like that. It's very possible there is someone with technology all this time parallel to us here.
But it's good to think back that we're domesticated too.
Yeah.
We obviously are servants. And,
Very possible.
That's why we set up our culture in a servant-like manner. Where everyone's like kind of a servant.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or workhorses. And
Goyim.
Kind of sucks to know that. Like what happens when the horse that's pulling the thing all day long realizes, shit, I was bred this way, but I don't necessarily want to be doing this, when they get a conscience. But that's some interesting stuff, man.
But again, the only solution to that, I mean, we can do what we do, learn and help others learn, and this situation. But really, I guess the Bob Marley had the best answer to emancipate yourself from. Like it goes, you gotta go with all these questions. When you reach like, oh, there is them, there is this evil creatures, we got this duality situation. We gotta go inside ourselves with all that to look for solutions. I think so, but hey.
Send into outer space to find another race.
Yeah. I'm not good at it though. I'm still like, you see, I'm so traumatized by all this. I feel like it's a concentration camp, like I want to get out of here. I don't know what to do with this.
Man, and you live in New York?
Yeah.
He's in
Are
New
you
York.
in Russia?
No, I'm in New York. I moved here in '98. I was born in Russia.
Okay, I remember hearing you talk about it now.
Yeah, but look, if you're like kind of like claustrophobic or whatever, New York's a horrible place.
I don't come out. I don't care. My world is the computer in front of me, mostly.
Yeah. I hear you. Mine's the computer and the phone as much as I can, anyways. I mean, I meditate and stuff too, but
I don't know, man. This meditation, because recently I saw some chat and this guy was like, "Oh, hey, I was a godlike production forum, GOP." I just check it out sometimes. I don't care. But they had a voice chat going on, and this guy was like, "Oh, hey, I was a Marine, and I gotta tell you, man, this chakra meditation, and I reached this upper." He explaining like all these chakras, and then you reach the higher one, and you come out of your consciousness, and you meet this other consciousness, and it starts teaching you. And I'm like thinking always, who are you meeting there? Who is that?
That's a little different than like a Kundalini activation. He was doing something.
No, he was talking about Kundalini that you activate when you activate your higher, the upper chakra, which is whatever higher than your third eye, as they go.
Crown.
So the crown chakra. Then you start. He says when I activated it, I started communicating with the consciousness that were teaching me from their own. I just reached that point, and I'm like, it's not really, because I had exactly the same thing. When I meditate, I just like plug into this source of information. You can ask it questions. You don't even need to ask it, because you get answered before you ask a question.
That's not that way. It's weird. You made it sound like he was talking to like an entity.
Yeah. Well, that's what he said. I was talking to an entity, and many people describe like this right, Hancock. Hancock likes this idea with ayahuasca stuff that. The Indian chief was talking to an entity, and Francisco Pizarro was talking to an entity, and they all made this big sacrifice. Yeah, I don't know, like that. I don't know. Complicated situation. Complicated, but
You ever meditate?
Do you believe in fallen angels?
Fallen angels.
Yeah, the Book of Enoch.
Well,
they taught man how to use metals, how to refine metals, how to.
Yeah.
They taught them music. They taught them.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
That's the race. That's the race I'm talking, I guess, about, because who taught us metals? It's so complicated to go get ore, iron ore, or whatever, bronze ore. They have mix it with arsenic, mix it with this whatever, something else, and those things you do not know in nature and specific temperature. Then you gotta, like, this whole process, you can just intuitively come up with metallurgy as they had in past. So.
Exactly, and that fits a little bit into the having domesticated chromosomes.
Like these clamps in South America, in Pumapunku and all these places, Caricancha in Peru, they have the clamps between the megalith blocks that connect the stone blocks, and those clamps are made from bronze, but that bronze is an alloy with arsenic, sometimes with nickel, sometimes with different other things in it, and practically each clamp, because it's an official thing, you can look in Wikipedia, that each clamp has a different alloy and a different proportions. So it's very, like, those guys, first of all, they were able to carry this liquid metallurgy, whatever the situation, with them to pour liquid metal into the blocks, so they create clamps, first of all. Second of all, each time they did it, it was a different composition. And you know, those guys, Pumapunku, they supposedly lived like 3,000 years ago. How did they? We probably cannot do this process. It's, you know, we don't know this technology. So somebody was doing this kind of stuff. So I guess it's the terminology, and people who study biblical texts, they usually call them fallen angels. Yeah, like, okay, I guess that's the name for them.
Somebody's smarter than us. Right?
Well, there's somebody, like the metallurgy is very specific things. You cannot come up with it intuitively,
you know,
and somehow people, you know, did.
Do you know the story of ayahuasca? The drink in the Amazon, I believe it is. Yeah, the Amazon, I think.
Yeah, it's a complicated drink. It has so many ingredients. Who came up with that?
The one vine, like acacia, for instance, it's got the DMT in it. But the DMT will all just get eaten away by your body. You need a MAOI inhibitor for it to go in your brain long enough to do anything. Well, the acacia vine is on like one side of the forest, and the ingredient with the MAOI is on the complete opposite side of the forest.
They use this rose tree bark or something, whatever.
You can get DMT from anything, like all living animals have it, but the thing is, you need the MAOI, and it lives in a different climate, and it's way on the other side of the jungle. So how do they know to get this one from way on the other side of the jungle where they don't even live, and then get this one special vine? They only use the acacia, or there's one other, I think it's mimosa, something with an M.
Mimosa, that's what they did.
And that's it. There's nothing else that you can really use that we know of. But how they know to go all the way across the jungle to get the one thing that has the MAOI in it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That kind of knowledge, and it's not just that. If you look in India, they have the whole. It's like here we have medicine official. In India, they have Ayurveda. It's a very popular thing going on, and they know a lot about all of that natural remedy stuff. So that kind of knowledge shows us, And that's the same metallurgy, like the same bronze alloy, which is mixed with arsenic and with everything. It was in here in South America. It was in Turkey, because Turkey supposedly, official history says that it's the earliest bronze that appeared, like 7,000 years ago. First bronze objects they were creating, and it's the same type of alloy, but it's on the other side of the globe. Like, how all these people, you know, come up with the same kind of situation where, you know, it's not intuitive at all. And if you go into details, the temperature regimes and the specific alloys that we have that we can examine, it's just unbelievable to us with our, if we think those guys were cavemen who did it, then we do not understand that civilization completely.
Yeah, makes you think. We were just wandering around, ignorantly blissful, and then someone came and fucked us up and told us how to kill each other and fucking, you know what I mean? Complicate things.
There is another conspiracy theory that I like, that if you look, Russia is pretty big country, takes up a big part of the continent, and the cities are also there, like thousands of kilometers apart, like thousands of miles apart, some of the cities. But a whole bunch of cities in Russia, and it's not just Russia, it's in Europe and some areas in Europe too, we have buildings where people live right now. Those buildings are dated, that they were built in 18th century and in 19th century. And only in 1840s we got the photography. So, and before that there were like lithography and some things that we could look that those buildings are the same. The same buildings we see today, those are the ones they had before. And even back then, the first floors of the buildings, the basements, they're all buried under like 6 feet of clay and sand. And it's pretty much, it's not the whole Russia, but it's so many cities. You walk down the historical part of town where they got old buildings, and all those buildings, the first floor would be underground. People would have a window in the ground and they dig around it and put a little barrier, so they have like windows looking, you know, in earth, so nobody would build like this really, and it gets flooded. Or you look in Venice, a very good example is Venice in Italy, because the channels that they got, if you look, you know, the first floors of the buildings are covered with water, and those buildings are not built in this way. That's why they live on the second floor of their buildings, and the first floor is rotten everywhere, because it wasn't like this before. It was just a city with streets, and most of the streets turned into channels. So there was some event in a very recent past, just within 200-300 years, that changed. There was a major flooding or catastrophe that probably killed the megafauna. That they telling us that the mammoths died a long time ago, yet they finding in Russia frozen mammoths that are like you know, they're, because, you know, they didn't decompose or anything, very good condition, instantly frozen. And if you look in encyclopedia of like 17th century, somehow it says Russia was the biggest supplier of some tropical fruit, like
really?
Coconuts or pineapples. Russia was the biggest supplier to Europe of pineapples, and there are stories, tribal stories, that they were hunting mammoths actually in like 17th or 18th century.
And they had mammoths as like pets and shit, man. Like,
there is so much. You can go there. Yeah, they're expensive. You can actually go there and get mammoth whatever bones, and those like the elephant ones, they're expensive. They pay a lot of money, like 300 euro for one, I think. Well, you can go to Siberia and see the regions that are losing their ice sheets, and that's where you find them. Many. But that's the thing. Like, imagine what kind of again, deception was going on. If there was a catastrophe just like a few hundred years ago, it's not in the books, it's not, but we find evidence of it. So that's another very, very big conspiracy that, you know, and they don't tell us.
The powers that be, you know, the winners write write history or rewrite it.
Well, they can rewrite it, but evidence is everywhere. We're walking on it. Like, I remember living in St. Petersburg, and I just physically feel it. There is this thick layer of clay, and you realize you're walking on this thick layer of mud that is just got solid, rock solid practically, and it's just, they can't hide it. It's like you dig anywhere and you'll find evidence of that. Powers that be.
Well, that'd be an interesting place to visit, I think. St. Petersburg.
Yeah, I wanna go back now, because when I lived there, like, it was a speed. You know what they would tell us about these buildings? They would tell us, oh, St. Petersburg was built in a swamp. They laid a lot of lives to drain those swamps and to build those buildings. And those buildings, that's what they told us at school. Those buildings, they like sink slowly. So you would have a full building sink like 2 meters, 6 feet into the ground, and that's impossible. Any engineer would tell you have like a 1 centimeter difference, even half a centimeter. Few millimeters, an inch difference would crack the whole building. They can't sink evenly. Buildings, you know, it's gonna start sinking. It's gonna fall apart. So it's an impossible excuse they have.
What societies in the past ever built over swamps? I mean, you know, that's ridiculous reasoning.
The whole story of how Peter the Great built St. Petersburg is like a big fairy tale. Oh, this guy came and said, that's it, here is going to be a beautiful city, and everybody started putting, you know how much granite they have? They have like this river and many channels going through the city, and all of them are covered with granite. Like, people go to see pyramids in Egypt because they say, oh, they're 5,000 years old. But we have exactly same technology right there. It just looks clean and fresh because it was taken care of, and I guess the conditions. It's exactly same megalithic everything there. There's so many megaliths there, and we think it's recent, but we do not know. When we look in the books how it was built, they have these funny pictures of like 2 guys carrying this giant block, and it's impossible, you know. It's just they hired French artists who then were claiming to be the architects of all those structures, and they have albums with their drawings how it was done. But when we look through these drawings, we see that there are physically impossible processes there. So it's obvious cover-up. They did this cover-up in 19th century. The whole history was rewritten. I don't, you know, like, it's very hard to know what was 400 years ago. It's some big thing happened between 1600 and 1850 somewhere. And
have you seen New Earth?
Yeah,
New Earth
absolutely.
channel. Yeah, I've watched several videos.
She shows a lot of good stuff, but I don't like, because when she starts talking about natural formations, rocks that are just weathered, or when you have like a giant granite mountain, and on top of the mountain you would have a couple of trees growing, those roots, they're gonna go through the thing and they're gonna crack it in a straight line. That's why you have all this 3,000-ton situation in Siberia, big blocks. Those are all natural formations, and I really hate when people come talking about natural formations pretending they're built by someone. It discredits the whole thing. She's like not realizing all, like pyramids in, what is it called, Bosnian pyramids, those unfortunately not, you know, like Osmanovic guy is kind of fraud. But besides that, there is 90% of good, solid, you know, real evidence of what was going on. But so some fantastical, if you want to look for fantastic stuff, there is this Chinese quarry, Longshan. I think it's called Longshan. You have tremendously. If that was supposed to be a monument, I was like 16,000-ton piece of mountain was supposed to be moved, and some unbelievable technology. But yeah, there is plenty. Like if you go for hundreds of tons, like 800-ton stones, 1,000 tons, 600 ton, there is many of them all around the earth, and it's unbelievable how people would even think of, oh, let's get this mountain and move it somewhere. Like why? They were Stone Age technology. They barely could supposedly hunt and feed themselves. Why would they spend so much time moving mountains or building dolmens and stuff? Like it's all over the place there. And it's barely unearthed. Is like only percentage that we see. Usually when they make a Disneyland there, then we know about it. Then there is like a reconstruction, and these guys they do a lot of, they change it when they go and pretend that they excavating it and fixing it up. They're really messing it up. That's what happens in a lot of situations.
Yeah, like Stonehenge.
In 54 or whatever, there is a video how it was practically built from scratch. I mean, I don't know what was there before, but they did so much machinery, heavy, bringing all these rocks. I don't know. I don't think painting stuff, and they creating fake rocks with the what is it called? Fracture.
Concrete.
Yeah, they like paint the gray paint and the darker texture. They creating rock texture and stuff, and yeah, I don't know. Because look, Britain, if you look again, they would say Europe was covered by the ice sheet just not so long ago. There was very thick ice sheet, and at the same time they want to say there was Stonehenge, which is like 3,500 or what, 5,000 years old. Yeah, 3,500 BC, I guess, or whatever. But Germany did a lot of that, because you have in 20s there was the rise of again they had to portray the Roman Empire, and they did a lot of, basically it's mostly the German scientists who did the archaeological discoveries of beginning of the 20th century. And prior to that, there was no archaeology, because they were just tomb robbers. Because even like in the 19th century, they would go just blow up the pyramid and go look for treasures. They didn't care about what does it mean, who built it, when built it. They would just destroy and go look for gold. And the archaeology as a science just got established in late 19th century, beginning of 20th century. And the most prominent scientists who established it were Germans, and they still are. And what they did in the beginning of 20th century, they rewrote the history to portray themselves as the Roman Empire with the attributes that they wanted, and they united this whole history like Greeks and Romans and all that, and we still live by that. And that history was created in 1920s. Yeah, so the Germans, like what is called Troy, for instance, they had this guy called Schliemann, German archaeologist, who discovered Troy, one of the biggest archaeologists ever, because the most famous, who pretty much made the science. And he was all over the globe. He would go to all the right places, discover all the right thing that fits in the theory that they have. And if you look just at Schliemann discoveries, it's like too suspicious, what this guy does. Oh, but we have the recent situation, this German guy, I forgot his name, Schultz or something, who did the Göbekli Tepe in Turkey. So he came there in the 90s. He got the site. He doesn't let anybody in. He does his excavations, sort of, but they dug out stuff and it's now destroying. He finished his paper and now he's died. And that's it. He just dropped the thing, and it's a phenomenal site. They saying it's 12,000 years old. Megalithic structures, like for very big stones. Like, what's going on? And,
I've seen it. Yeah, they've got carvings of animals.
Yeah.
And there's,
but it's not studied. There's just one video. There is pretty much one video about it in whatever Discovery Channel or something, and that's it. and the guys died, and I don't see nothing new coming up. Supposedly it's very large complex. It's gotta mean something. It changes the whole perspective on the archaeology, because they thought, you know, the first people to build this were Egyptians, but this happens to be 5,000 years before them, or 7,000, actually not 5, 7,000 years before those guys, as they're themselves dating it. And, you know, doesn't change anything, you know. It's like, oh my God. Yeah. Turkey is a fascinating place. It got so much stuff in it, archaeological wise. It has just amazing Hittites, or Hittites culture, whatever they left, whatever they called Hittites, because first what they do, they say, oh hey, those guys lived 4,000 years ago, so long, we do not know, they all died, you know. And how do we check this kind of stuff? What if they live 1,000 years ago, you know? More likely, because I think that's what they do. They spread all this ancient, supposedly ancient cultures far away in the past, for us not to see the complete picture, that it happened very recently, and, you know, some very fascinating things happened there. So this way it just brings it far away, so that, you know, everybody already died who cared about it. So let's not worry about the pyramids and stuff. And not that the same thing they do with the stars. They say stars are millions and millions and trillions of miles away from you, unreachable, you know. It's the same story all the time.
Well, before we go on, I do want to apologize to everybody in chat and you and Ace. I didn't mean to lose it there. I've led a very violent life. I'm a violent person. Yeah.
So good, you know. But I think it's what distracts us most of the time, when we can't communicate to each other, you know, something between us, you know, there's like a wall appears, and sometimes it acts like, you know, in this way, you know, you get anger for some reason, you know, you get carried away by this. But
well, I found it, I just find him so offensive. Whatever he wants to call himself. Yeah, he's out helping the homeless, you know. This son of a bitch, all he did was piss me off, but he probably crushed some people. I mean, you know, his insults and lunacy over the last several months. Yeah.
They're trained like this. This is the whole society. That's what they do in school. They train them to hate people who think differently, and this is why we get this reaction from everybody. So, you think different, flat Earth or whatever, conspiracy theory, and they already have it. They already classified us. They already, you know, demonized our kind. So we get all that negativity, you know, towards us. People pre-programmed to react to this kind of information in this way, and cognitive dissonance. So, you know, I don't think it's anything about him. It's just, you know, that the world, it's our world, you know, this is what it is. So, I don't know. I think it's just a waste of time to communicate with people like that, who you get, you know, who get very, you know, it becomes an argument. It's not productive, you know. Maybe we can learn to turn this into, you know, use this guy. Okay, he has popularity, he has audience, use him, you know, to debate him, to attract his audience to listen to our side of the story. You know, maybe at least something good is gonna come out of it. Anyways, I don't really care. Tim OZMAN, he's like, I listen to the guy, I don't hear anything interesting. He's boring to me, you know. What else? It's not kindergarten to call each other names, you know, and this is not what I'm looking for. Oh boy. Come on, somebody tell something. I'm getting tired of being a radio.
Maybe Dave, KY Dave wants to join.
Oh, sure, sure. Okay, can we give
Or
him a
Zach
link?
Hawkins.
Okay, what is our link? Oh, I'm gonna give a link. I think this is the link. Join us, entertain us. Okay, I'll be back. I gotta get something.
Hello, Flat Earth guys. What's going on?
How's it going?
Beautiful day on the plane. Just got off from Burger King making Whoppers all night. You guys doing okay?
I'm doing pretty good now.
I just caught the tail end of your conversation there. I just logged in. Who were y'all talking about?
Oh, Tim Osman came on, or supposedly. A guy's holding a phone. I think it was Kyle Jones talking, but this guy's holding the phone up to his eye, or up to his sunglasses. The guy that supposedly is Tim Osman. But if you go to Kyle Jones's website, he put a video up.
Kyle Jones has a website?
Yeah, let me get the name of it.
Really? I'll have to go back and watch it. How long has this hangout been going on? A few hours? How long ago did that happen?
Looking at, I pasted it in the chat. Estrus Enigma's YouTube video. Jeff Stewart, Meltdown. Flat Earth hypocrisy proven. He put that up. He put that up today.
There's no doubt who alerted the NFL on the copyright tag then, huh? That was a whole bunch of shit. I just got done watching Jeff's new videos. It seems like he's over it okay, right?
Yeah, yeah. This, Enigma's, yeah, he says, he's Kyle Jones. Well, if you look at one of his comments, that I even responded to, he went and said that he took down his Tim Osman and cognitive dissonance sites or channels. Kyle Jones. Then he comes on, this, Tim Osman supposedly comes on because he hears us talking about him. And he shows his face. The only thing is, man, the entire time he's talking, every time he took his phone away from his eyeball, he kept holding it up to his glasses so that you couldn't see his mouth moving. Well, he's talking, and I don't care if there's lag or not. I mean, he went into some lengthy little outbursts, and his phone drifted away from his face, or to show his whole face. His lips ain't moving. I think it was some kind of joke. Oh, there's the I put. You see that? And
Yeah, I said I'll watch it later, but man, this guy is really going all out to troll us, ain't he?
Yeah, Kyle Jones. It's Kyle Jones' website. He admits to it. He admits that he's Tim Osman and cognitive dissidence.
So wait a minute, he admitted that Jeff is right, that he is Kyle Jones?
Well, look at the comments. If you read the comments, you'll see.
Okay.
He admits, that he took down his Tim Osman.
Okay, I got you. Well, that's pretty wild.
Yeah. And then he comes on, some kid comes on, 28-year-old, saying he's Tim Osman. He's not some fat fuck 40-year-old. That's his words.
Yeah, I'm looking through the comments now. It's pretty interesting.
Like I said, man, he fucking admits to it. And, how stupid. What a fucking slip up on his part.
Wonder what his motivation is. He's just bored, likes to fuck with people, or is he getting paid?
Kyle Jones, he's an atheist, ex-teen pastor. He used to be a pastor of teens. He's an atheist. Oh yeah, did you see Jeff's exposing of him?
Yeah, the video that was kind of hard to figure out. Jeff was kind of vague about stuff to talk about.
Oh, he came out with one that was a lot more, wasn't vague.
Okay.
I mean, he named him and.
Yeah, I think I saw that.
Yeah. But John Laban said he had an interview with Tim Osman, and that it was not Kyle Jones. And I saw the video, I'm sorry, I saw a couple seconds of the video where this Tim Osman supposedly goes back and he's smoking. And, what are they, hooches? I don't know what the fuck.
I saw that when he was smoking a hookah.
Hey, Jeff says that somebody close to him fucked him up or something like that, I hear. Or do you know anything about that?
You mean to piss him off to where he took his channel down and all?
Well, I just saw the beginning of the video where he says like some of the close people you're supposed to whatever depend on, they fuck you up or some shit like that. I thought maybe who messed him up from our side.
Well, it was the Super Bowl. They played a minute of it in the background, and he got a copyright strike.
This is what happens when you deal with their super bullshit. It was an instant copyright strike. I was watching the Super Bowl at my son's house, and I was watching the Hangout, and I saw him put it up on the screen. I started to type in there, "Don't do that," but it's too late then. But it was within minutes. Somebody put a copyright strike on it.
Yeah, it's automatic. It's probably a machine does that.
I mean, I don't know.
Jeff said he, immediately contested it because he thought they thought it was a prank or something. I don't know, something like that. And
well, have y'all talked to Louis? Because he feels like he's responsible. He's the one that uploaded it. Have you talked to him, Ace? Are you there, Ace?
He might have stepped away for a minute.
Y'all know who Louis is? The guy from Scotland. Has he been on tonight?
Yeah, I remember.
So is he all good? I hope he don't feel bad because he's one that he was watching it on the BBC and he uploaded it and put it up on the their TV screen. And as soon as I saw it hit, I started to type, "Don't do that," but it was already over with then.
Well, Ace, had this running yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, and I watched it yesterday, and Louis came on, and he never joined into the chat, but he apologized over and over and over again. Jeff came, into the chat, and then Louis, kept apologizing to him, and trying to take responsibility for it.
I hope Jeff's not going to get some kind of state fine or anything. Surely he won't. I mean, it was just a couple minutes of a football game. It wasn't that big a deal.
Oh no, they wouldn't be able to do that. But yeah, that sucks. This whole copyright issue is just bullshit. You know, how can you have property something that doesn't really exist? Intellectual property. It's unbelievable.
Well, they had that whole speech at the start of the game. All pictures and accounts of this game are property of NFL. Blah blah blah. You know.
Right.
They warn you ahead of time.
It's made up. This kind of law cannot work. You know, property. I saw it. You know, it's in my head already. It's recorded. You know, I can talk about it. I can tell people. It can't be. Intellectual property is a nonsense law. It's the same thing like victimless crime. And this is like the same thing. If you steal the property that doesn't exist, they did it. Nothing diminished from them. Everything they had, they still have in their possession. There is no theft. How can be stolen intellectual property? Yeah, well, this kind of laws, we gotta lose this kind of stuff. That's fake bullshit reality.
That's how the lawyers make all their money, coming up with laws like that so they can mess with people.
Mm-hmm.
So,
like, imagine, you know, physicist Isaac Newton, I don't know, whatever, his laws, he would, you know, make it his intellectual property. Like, you can't use whatever the laws of motion or whatever. Now they make intellectual property, genome and everything, like whatever they want, you know. It's illegal. It's just like slavery, probably. I mean, it exists, but it's not a legal law. It's something. It's a perversion of what the law should be. That's why nobody cares about, you know, if government says this and that. You know, some laws are maybe okay, like don't kill people. Yeah, of course, don't hurt them, but you know, don't steal something from people that they don't have. The transmission. No way.
Only laws we need is do no harm to others, you know, and the golden rule, stuff like that.
Golden rule, that's the only one here. You know, that's it. That's the one simple phrase. You don't need to learn Bible, anything. Just do to others as you want done to you. That's it. It solves all the issues.
So simple. So did you guys see Jeff's latest video he put up today?
No, what he did?
Jeff's got a new video. It's pretty interesting. It's like 30 minutes long. I'm gonna play it on here.
Can you put a link in the chat?
Yeah, hang on.
I think I may have seen it. I don't know.
I go through all of them, but I don't exactly know them. Who did what?
When I get home from work, I've got a playlist of flat Earth stuff. There's like 30 videos I could watch right now. It gets overwhelming, you know. I need to delete some of these people.
There's very few that have new information. Usually, it's just, you know, repeating of the same to me, you know. That's
that's the problem. I agree. Jeff's coming at it from a new angle here. It's pretty interesting. Let's see if I can find it.
Well, what's mentioned already earlier today, this whole is like a whole bunch of science debunking the official version of science in the electric universe, the Thunderbolts guy. They go about their own electric thing, but they do so much to show how ridiculously stupid NASA and the whole astrophysics is, how wrong they are, how they never admit it and go about their day, you know, despite being proven wrong on every step they make, because it's like this universe keeps throwing at us surprising, you know, things that go way against their theory, not explained, never, you know, they're supposed to predict things. They're supposed to say, oh, hey, we're going to land on comet and we're going to see this kind of stuff, and you know, with the new observations that they do, they're supposed to make accurate predictions if their standard model of cosmology works. Well, it never works. Anything they see, anything new they see is a surprise to science, and that's what you see. The articles any science article, practically all scientists were puzzled. They were stunned. They were, you know, they was surprised. This new discovery shakes the foundations of physics, but the physics never goes anywhere. It's still the same place. Oh yeah, wow. Nice.
All their math still works in their own heads, right? That's all they care about. They can make all the math work.
Yeah.
Well, when it doesn't work, then they just invent something.
Add another
like
10 zeros.
Dark matter.
Yeah.
Dark energy.
I look at dark matter as the equivalent of gravity, except it's out in space.
Yeah, there was a star, a billion trillion mass of a sun, which collapsed into itself and produced this region in space that sucks everything in, because the light can't even come out. It's so massive that thing collapsed into nothing. I mean, come on, it's when you divide by zero, you get infinity. It's infinite. It's impossible. Doesn't happen in the universe. You cannot have singularities in our universe, because our universe is of physical matter, the one that follows the laws. But singularities, dark matter doesn't follow, you know, any laws, and we don't know. They say, okay, our physics stops working there. Same thing with Big Bang. They say, what was before, or how did it happen? Oh, we don't know. Our physics, you know, stops working at those kind of conditions. But they know up to 10th to 32nd whatever degree that the pressure that was during Big Bang, the temperatures they know, you know, they have math for all that. But it's like, it's a huge work, tremendous work, so many zeros. Imagine 10 with 30 zeros. And they use this kind of numbers to describe Big Bang, a completely imaginary concept. You know,
yeah,
I mentioned I put
the
a
size
link
of
to this video
the
in the
size
chat.
of an atom have an infinite mass and infinite heat or temperature. How can you have temperature when there's no, you know, there is no mass?
Well, their formulas give them these ridiculous numbers with so many zeros. If they collapse the mass on itself, you know, it gives them practically infinity. Then they come out of it with such big numbers. And it absolutely, I mean, it's a good theory or hypothesis, but you can't prove Big Bang. We didn't have a video camera there. We didn't measure it. We don't have, the only proof they say is the cosmic microwave background radiation, which could be residue from anything. It's not 100%. That's the only thing standard cosmology says, like, oh, hey, we were saying that there's got to be some residue from the Big Bang, and we found it. It's 3 kelvins, you know, supposedly, you know, 3 kelvins more than the absolute zero, or 2.7 kelvins. And that radiation is everywhere, and they say, no, it's a proof of Big Bang, but like, it could be proof of anything, maybe a Big Bang, but it sounds so far-fetched that there's Occam's razor. There is a principle of Occam's razor. You don't create these complications, imaginary complications, to solve the case. There's got to be a straight road with a minimal amount of inventions like that, you know, fantasy stuff. It's just one thing that we don't even, we don't have a model for flat Earth. That's a very big point these guys have, but they do not realize how many problems they have with their model, with their whole universe model, not just position of Earth and form of its shape. But there is so many problems in physics that they do not realize, that it needs to be redone from just blank page, new book. That's it. We have that information from the past, but it's not reliable. The theories are too wild. They bring us to this, you know, enormous matter. There is so much dark energy that rips the space apart. I don't understand how scientists do not stop for a second and say, hey, hello guys, do you see this? We get this space ripping apart with the, all of it, you know. Maybe we fucked up, you know. Maybe our model is not the right thing, you know. Just the dark energy should have stopped them, if not dark matter, because you look at they look at orbiting, you know, whatever. I actually don't know what they see as when they see, you know, other galaxies like Milky Way. They say, and they're observable actually. We can. What is the closest one? Andromeda, I guess. What is the? We can see the Milky Way itself in the sky, and there is a few clouds of gas and some stars there, and they saying that those are galaxies like ours, but whatever. But something is there, you know, in a clear sky, in a good location, good elevation, probably south of equator. You could see really nice sky with those patches that they call nearest galaxies. So I don't know how that fits in a dome or whatever, flat Earth model, but yeah, there's so much physics that needs to be, you know, shaken and see what really is going on there.
Just lights in the sky. They can call it whatever they think it is. It's just lights in the sky.
Yeah, the uniformity of stars as we see them, they pretty much all the same sparks of light. They're not dots, they're not completely dots, but they're a certain size, and they all seem to be very similar size, unless all the other ones are smaller and we need large exposure. But the ones we see, they all similar size. That's gotta tell us something too, you know. And that's important observation. You don't need a telescope to see the uniformity of all these objects, except for there is a concentration from what we see as what the official science calls Milky Way, this whole thick ribbon.
Dark rift?
Yeah, dark rift or whatever. There's a whole bunch of bright stars all together. We can probably go to Arizona desert somewhere. It's beautiful. Oh, I wish I could see that stuff, man. Who was living in? Oh, Ace, yeah. Man, the only thing I miss here, yeah, is the stars. When I have a telescope.
I want to jump in, put him a link over there. Y'all got a link?
Oh, sure. Let me find it.
He says he's got some jokes for us.
Oh, that's great. That's amazing. There we go.
You guys ever heard the pizza guy joke?
No, go for it.
Okay, here's this pizza guy. He's got this hot blonde regular customer, right? But she's kind of dizzy and married, you know, does everything her husband says. So he goes to deliver her pizza one Friday night. She enters his door, see-through negligee. Throws him down on the couch, just screws the hell out of him, you know. He gets up to leave, and she goes, wait a minute. She hands him $1. He's like, lady, after what we just did, why are you handing me $1? She said, well, my husband was leaving for work, and I told him I was going to order pizza, and I said, what should I tip the pizza guy? He said, I'll fuck the pizza guy, give him $1. That's the punchline. Yeah, fuck the pizza guy, give him $1. There's my joke contribution.
Who was gonna join us there? Come on.
Zach's coming in. Zach Hawkins.
The universe, beautiful place. Hey, I liked actually this guy was criticizing recently. So this geocentric guy, there was some British, what's his name, Malcolm or something. Older guy, he was criticizing. Yeah, he was. Yeah. He was criticizing flat Earth, but he himself works on geocentricity, which he has some points there because he also has to fight the official physics. I actually like his ideas, but he's debunking flat Earth is pretty weak. Yeah.
I thought
the guys like Robert Singenis, they think we're on a ball, but it ain't moving. Yeah, everything's going around us.
Yeah. Well,
Bowden's arguments, everything he brought up, it was as bad as Tiger Dan.
Yeah.
I mean, the weakest arguments, and it wasn't. I mean, for somebody that's supposed to be doing thorough research, he really missed the mark.
Did you address the curvature issue at all? Because I haven't seen anybody debunk that.
I love people when they just say, I'm doing research on it and shit. It's like, what are you talking about? Let's hear it or show it, you know what I mean?
Let's go out to the ocean and you show me where the damn curvature is. That's what I would say to them. Where is it? Why can we pull that boat back into view after it goes out?
It's going downhill when it comes back. I don't know, man. It's wild that someone had the crazy idea. You know, it'd be crazy if we told these people that TV is, I don't know, some kind of whatever, Just bet a dollar on what the outcome is.
Yeah. I wish I could go back to the first, wherever it was in the Vatican or wherever the first meeting was, when the first guy said, let's tell them it's a ball. And everybody agreed. Where do y'all think that meeting happened at? In 1500 or whatever. Could be 1400 and something.
I'm kind of wondering if it was really at NASA, if it was at a building somewhere else. Possibly not even in Houston.
Well, I'm talking about the Vatican in the 1500s, whenever they came up with this ball and Copernicus and all those guys.
Mm-hmm.
And then they come up with this plan to start doing textbooks and get all these scientists on board, and they get the Satan ball rolling down the hill. And it would have been interesting to be at that meeting and walk out and be like, what the hell did that guy just say? We're going to tell everybody we're living on a ball. Because when they first come up with that idea, they were the ridiculed people, right? Everybody thought it was flat.
Plus, you did message all of them.
Yeah.
I like that one.
So any of you guys ever looked through a telescope? I haven't.
Yeah.
What'd you see? Is it an infinite galaxy up there, or is it a firmament with stars inside the dome?
Man, infinite matter, like physical matter, it just doesn't make logical sense.
Right.
But yeah, I've seen hidden crap, and through a telescope, the stars don't quite flicker like that. I'm not sure why. But I'll tell you what, that guy, whoever's got one of them, who makes it, not Nikon.
P900s.
Mm-hmm.
I think
zoom,
it is Nikon.
Yeah, that zoom, man, it'll outperform almost any long distance scope out there. Because SLRs go to like 3,000.
Have you seen what those things look like? I mean, the planets, and every one of them looks different, and they look alive.
But that's mostly because the people who do that, they don't really like when you see patterns, when you see fractals and concentric circles, when you're looking at, say, Jupiter or whatever, not Venus, let's say, and you see concentric circles, it's not really what is there. It's usually, you can do the same thing if you look at light through a lens, and you're gonna see a light from the sun doing the same concentric circle story, because it's not really focused, and those people usually don't realize that they're shooting a non-focused. There is plenty actually of people who have proper telescopes, really nice setup, and they usually on YouTube, if you do searches, not the guy who does the samurai flat earth samurai, but he got pretty okay actually, but some of it's shaking like that. It's not really shaking this way when you look through a good setup, which is a real telescope. There's many videos you can look, but it's not really that fantastic as some people trying to show.
But he was bringing up the fact that it looks like it's got electricity floating all around, you know?
But that's what I'm saying. This is when the light is not in focus, and that's what it does. You can have the same light playing like this if you just look at your lamp through glass or something, through some angle. You're gonna see that blink. Like it's like a camera. If you recording sun, you could have the same blink on your camera lens. And I saw a lot of this, but stars they do flash colors like that. Some of that stuff, but some people show it really fantastic when it turns concentric circles and becomes like a fractal thing, and that is not really focused. So be careful with those videos. So, like, look for professional guys. They usually have like a shed in the backyard that goes, the roof goes off, and they have like a huge telescope and they record their stuff. Like, that's some good videos I saw.
Welcome, Zach. Just popped in. Everybody say hi to Zach.
Hey,
yo,
I'm back.
Yeah. I'm back from outer space.
But like,
I never did find that other race, I'll tell you. I just found the human race. That was the only one there is. Just to play a little riff on the...
Maybe the Globers will find Santa Claus. You know, take it a step further.
That little human race living in a little Goldilocks zone in this billions and billions of stars. But we're in a perfect little spot where everything's perfect. Right?
It just shows you how fragile we really are. We gotta take care of this place. Hey guys, I'll be back in just a second.
Alright, man.
Alrighty.
Here's for the jokes, Zach. You said you got jokes, man. What you got?
I was just gonna ask. All right, I hope you guys got some jokes. I'll start it off light and I'll start it off easy. But man,
go ahead.
Want to tell some jokes? I mean,
go ahead.
Yep. All right. So there's a piece of bacon and a hot dog laying in a frying pan, you know, over the burner. So the hot dog rolls over to the piece of bacon, and he goes, "Hey, man, is it hot enough in here for you?" And the piece of bacon says, "Holy shit, a talking hot dog." All right, somebody else go.
How can you top it, man?
The only thing, wait a minute. Should we move upward to knock jokes?
Anybody got any flat earth jokes? Have you heard any flat earth jokes?
Man, I've been working on it. I'm trying to think some up.
Flat earth's not a laughing matter.
Have y'all seen a guy
at each other's throats?
I saw a channel a guy named Flat Earth Asshole. Y'all should check him out. He's kind of like a comedian kind of guy.
Oh shit.
He's actually kind of looks like he's like on meth or something though. If you watch his video at like 2 times, it's hilarious. He's got a video. He's talking about Eric DeBay and Matt Parland or something. How he likes both of them. Speaking of that, Eric DeBay put up a video today. Did y'all see that?
Was he telling jokes?
No, he was talking about the eclipses, how the eclipses work on the flat Earth. So, funny how he goes from being in drag to being serious. He keeps bouncing back and forth, doesn't he? So who's got the next joke? Mark, you got one?
No, I don't.
Oh, come on. Okay. We'll skip you this turn.
Ian, how about you?
Oh, I'm searching for some. I just wanted to. NASA actually, they have this thing. They have camera. It's not a joke. I was trying to find this camera.
I was gonna say that's a great joke.
This is great, but it is actually a joke when you actually look at what they showing you. It's a freaking joke because NASA has this. I think it's even 2 cameras in space that actually you could see different planets on it. You could see Mercury, you could see Mars, and they're like the stars, bright stars. But that camera, it looks so shitty. It looks like static on screen, and you can't see it. It's like such garbage, and they saying it's our solar system. You know, it's the only actually camera that's looking at our solar system, and you could see like comets on it passing by. But it's such garbage. So it's like, for them, it's easier to just spit in our faces and shit on our heads, because that is just, it's a joke, man, what they show. I'm trying to find this camera.
Does it look like those caught on camera TV shows back in the day where it used to get crazy?
You know, when your
it's all
TV,
grainy and shit.
all TV, it's worse than grainy. It's when your TV channel goes off and you just get static, and then there is a few bright flashes. One of them would be Mercury, one of them would be Mars, and all that static. It's like, it's worse than grainy. And man, this is a joke. I'm trying to find it because I forgot the name of that stupid camera or whatever, telescope or whatever it is.
I just wonder if stars really, don't show when you leave the atmosphere, or if we can leave the atmosphere.
I don't know what's there, because you see, they describe the outer space as vacuum, and at the same time there is no like solid explanation of what a vacuum is. They don't have a solid description, because they have to go to theories, and they do not go to standard theory of relativity. They go to quantum field theory, which is not solid, and there you're not dealing with the universe that we used to, with like space and dimensions. Well, space dimensions, yes, but it's not like solid objects and stuff like this there. So they do not really have a proper description of what is the outer space by itself. So I don't know what it is. I don't think we can be present. The way they describe it, it's like, it's impossible. Just like singularity, like negative, like nothing there. If there is nothing, it's not there. Nothing doesn't exist in our universe. In our universe, we have only like objects, substance, matter that we can describe. Things that are nothing, zero doesn't exist. You can, if you have 0 apples, you don't have no apples. They don't exist. Like, if it's vacuum, yeah. So what is in outer space? I don't know. Our science do not tell us. They tell us there is nothing. So.
Man, I think you just helped me think of a joke. I
Okay.
I gotta give you credit for this one. What you know what sucks more than the vacuum of outer space?
Kirby.
What?
The theory of the ball Earth.
Yeah, alright.
Oh.
That's true. Maybe it's a ball because the outer space sucked it out like this. It was flat before, but the vacuum sucked it out outwards.
Oh.
See, the vacuum's pulling from every direction equally. That's why it doesn't affect.
Yeah.
It doesn't just pull off the atmosphere.
It's like a vacuum pump for your dick, but it's for a planet.
That's a fallacy. That's a fallacy.
No, we're not living on a hard tube Earth, and
Fallacy, not phallus.
Oh, damn. See, Mark, you got jokes? You said you didn't know any jokes.
I've been living a joke.
Oh, that was good, though. That was quick. I like that. My whole family's kind of smart-ass, so I don't know. We're just kind of hardwired to remember jokes, whether they're funny or not. But I got more. You guys want to?
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, did you hear?
I need some humor.
Oh, well, I kind of, that's what I was wanting to get on some joke maybe. But being, down here in Georgia, we tend to tell the Alabama jokes. So a guy walks into a bar and he says to the bartender, "I've got the best Alabama joke you've ever heard." The bartender looks at him and he says, "Hold on now, man. Before you tell this joke, I gotta let you know, I'm from Alabama. Those three boys at the high chair are from Alabama. All those fellas playing pool are from Alabama. Are you sure you want to tell this joke? The guy scratches his chin and he says, I guess not. I don't want to have to explain it that many times.
Oh, man. Oh.
But, you know, you can substitute whatever states you want.
In Houston, we have Aggie jokes for the Texas Aggies. They're supposed. They always make the Aggies out to be stupid. Like, how many Aggies take screwing a light bulb? You know, things like that. Same
what is
thing.
a Aggie, though?
Good.
I'm not familiar with that term.
Texas A&M College. It's a big college.
Yeah.
They're called the Aggies, and I don't know why, but they had a lifelong bashing.
I get you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, I got some sports jokes you could throw at Aggies. What is your team? And then I'll put the Aggies. Like, you get a favorite team? Because I got a joke that can fit. You know, you can substitute any sports team you want.
Okay. Go ahead.
It help. I was gonna say it helps better if I get a favorite team, but say Aggies fan and whatever fan. But you get a.
Okay. An Aggies fan and a whatever fan walk into a bar.
Oh yeah. Well, no.
Ohio State University.
Oh yeah.
There we go. All right.
OU.
Aggies fan, OSU fan walk into a urinal, you know, in the bathroom. Both take a piss. They go to leave. The Aggies fan, you know, stops and washes his hands at the, you know, the little sink. The OSU fan just keeps on walking. The Aggies fan turns and looks at him and he goes, "Well, you know what? At fucking Texas A&M, they teach us to wash our hands after we take a piss."
Huh.
The OSU fan just looks back over his shoulder as he's walking out the door, and he says, "Well, you know, at Ohio State, they teach us not to piss on our hands."
Oh.
Like I was saying, you know, substitute whatever two teams you want to.
Oh, well, piss is sterile anyway, so it's all good.
Hey, I got a light bulb joke. How many psychiatrists does it take to screw in a light bulb? No, how many psychiatrists does it take to change a light bulb? Is the right question.
Oh.
Just one, but the light bulb has to want to change.
Yeah. I knew the punchline. I didn't know how many. Only because I heard it. That's a good one.
Oh.
Y'all ever heard the one about the hair-lip midget that wanted to buy a horse?
No.
Anybody's family hair-lip? Because I don't want to offend anybody.
Where is this place?
It's a hair-lip midget. He's going into a stable to buy a horse. A hair-lip midget sound like this, okay? He said, "I want to see your best horse." And the guy says, "What? I want to see your best mare." And the guy says, "What?" He can't understand a damn word the guy's saying, right?
Right.
So he finally understands he wants to see his mare. And he ain't going to take you through the whole thing, but that midget says, "I want to see her coat." And he can't understand it. He finally understands his coat. So the guy's getting fed up with this midget. He can't understand it, right? Do you want to buy the horse or not? So finally midget says, "Now I want to see her twat." "You want to see her what?" "I want to see her twat." He says, "Okay." He picks up that midget.
I want to see her try. Okay.
He picks that midget up her ass, pulls him back out. He says, "Damn it, I just wanted to see her twat around the track."
So he like shows him this horse's fucking badge, huh?
He sticks the midget in the horse.
Oh.
Oh damn.
Jeez, man, that's offensive to midgets. I mean little people. Sorry. Any little people in the audience? Sorry. Nah, we're
Sorry
not.
if I
We're not
offended
sorry.
anybody. Don't give me a copyright strike.
Oh, I mean,
Oh,
if
hey,
you,
I
if you can't
remember.
laugh at a joke, you need to get the stick out of your ass anyhow. But speaking
I
of, that
remember
reminds me of a joke.
the camera I was talking about. It's called SOHO, NASA SOHO Observatory. What is it? Solar and Heliospheric Observatory, and that one captures like comets and other planets that are close to the sun. And look at the images they got. It's just ridiculous. Like, I don't know. By now, maybe one day they can get like my telephone makes much better images than this kind of stuff. I mean, and they, with all the billions, send a normal camera to space. 13 megapixels. Look at this. It's like 50s.
Part 2 of the NASA joke, right?
It's just, wow, this is our only camera where we can see different planets and sun and it, like.
What about Hubble? What is this?
Hubble looks only far. Hubble looks like you can't look at our solar system.
I'm looking at the picture you sent me. What the hell am I looking at?
At the center you have a sun and you have comet going around it. If you see a bright star lower to the left, that's probably Mercury. And that's how they look.
I'm supposed to believe that's a comet going around the sun.
Yeah, that's a comet breaking apart as it goes around the sun. This is probably a time lapse of this. There was this good comet, but whatever. But lower below.
What camera supposedly took this picture?
It's SOHO. It's an observatory, solar system observatory. I dropped the link for this thing.
NASA doesn't have any cameras higher than like 4 megapixels.
This is not even megapixels. This is like, I don't know,
so what is
calculator technology.
What is the red stuff? Is it around else? What is that red thing we're looking at? The red edge.
To block the sun.
Yeah, they block the sun because they show the picture of the sun, the yellow circle, and that's the corona because it's too overexposed. Yeah, it's too bright, and that's a comet in a time lapse breaking up. And I think the light to the left, to the bottom, there is a bigger light. I think that's a planet, and that's the best images they give us of our solar system. I don't understand. And all the static, they cleared it up actually. This one, they cleared all the static in the background because usually they provide video complete mess. Just you don't know what you're looking at.
What's the date on this picture? Do you know?
This is from the comet Ison, probably. I'm not sure which comet was that actually.
Last October.
Let me see.
One of them says October 30th.
That's pretty wild.
The video, yeah.
Yeah, that's 2013 Comet Ison, November 28th. I'll give you a link to a page where I got it from now if you want to see exactly. But this is how the camera looks like. They have a whole bunch of videos there that. I think it's millions of miles away from us, supposedly, this thing flying. SOHO flying observatory. And come on, how can you give us this kind of crap? We gave them billions of dollars.
Oh, yeah.
They haven't had anything past 400 miles up. That's crazy. The highest we went up is 400 miles.
I think.
What's up? You there?
Like, listen, you say, hey, I want to see a video of Mars and Mercury and Venus. Can you show it to me, NASA? They're gonna say, yeah, this is it, SOHO. Look at it. It's just beautiful.
Oh man, that's the
how can we not question their physics, their cosmology when they give us such images? But when they fly past Pluto, they see everything. It's bright and shining and amazing.
Oh yeah, they even saw the cartoon dog on it.
It's
Wasn't that crazy?
29 to 49 times further away from Earth than Sun, Pluto. The Sun's supposed to be like a little dot of light. It should be just dark, absolutely. How can they take photographs of Pluto like the ones they show us with all the surface and terrain and Pluto feet or a heart or whatever that is?
Because by their own reasoning, there shouldn't be any light to illuminate the planet anyway.
Absolutely, and all the planets.
It must have a hell of a spotlight on that damn satellite.
Yeah, all the things they show from the far orbit, they're all illuminated like it's right here, like it's right next to Earth.
It seems so obvious, doesn't it? I mean,
yeah.
Just look there.
Only after you know that it's fake, and then it's like, how did I ever believe this? It's crazy. We never questioned it, man. The picture of the galaxy, the side view of the Milky Way.
I always had a problem with this. I always, like they show, and I always knew because I so many images through my life I saw. I didn't know put it together, but I always knew it was Photoshop. They admit it everywhere. They say, "Oh, Mars, we have to just color it up, so it looks red." And it was a long time ago. Everybody knew that Mars is not, how they show it to us.
Here's one thing: they always say they're images. They never say they're pictures. An image is a collage, basically. It could be anything.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny how they choose their words precisely and follow their own fake set of laws?
The fucking words, man. They're there to be spells, and it's like that legalese bullshit. They know how to manipulate the words. You can hire a fucking contract law lawyer. Some of them charge $500,000. Basically an hour, the equivalent of an hour, to draft up shit with the perfect English word,
And they put it all in Black's law book. I think that we should all get a copy of that and read up on what the words actually mean.
Hey, do you know this?
Versus standing under. But yeah.
Do you know this British guy named Andrew Johnson who talks about, for instance, Mars, how Mars is faked?
No.
Yeah, it's pretty good debunking the whole rover on Mars and the images. He dedicated a bunch of videos to that. And he does other conspiracy theories like Judy Wood 9/11 situation, and alternative stuff. He does prove a lot of fake moon and stuff. Yeah.
Does he believe Judy Wood's thing?
Yeah, he kind of propagates the same story in Britain. He collaborates with her. She says he's her, because she's so paranoid of everybody, and she says he's her best friend, I guess, or one of the good friends.
Things will make you hum.
Yeah, she'll make you not trust anybody, just like this flat earth shit, you know what I mean?
Zach, look at the text. Look at the chat.
Hold on. I have to do everything on my phone, so it takes...
Oh.
I know. I wish I'd have spent more than $50 on this POS. It takes a couple of seconds to tab back and forth.
And
Wow.
The last thing I see is a post from UN. What text are you talking about?
I'll read it to you. So I told my wife I'd like a little pussy. She said, "I'd like a little pussy too. Mine is as big as a wash tub."
Oh, I got one real quick to answer that. A guy is going down on his girlfriend. He gets down there and he says, "Damn, what a huge pussy. Damn, what a huge pussy." She says, "Well, you don't have to repeat yourself." And he says, "I didn't."
Yeah.
It was the echo.
That's funny as hell. I didn't even think about the echo.
Oh man, I'm the king
That's
of
a
bad
good
jokes. I accept all challengers.
That's a good one. I like it.
You need to piss somebody off. Oh, here's one. Any of you guys know any NASCAR fans that you need to piss off?
Don't really keep them around, but you know, sure.
I got a cousin NASCAR guy. Go ahead.
All right. What do Pink Floyd and Dale Earnhardt have in common?
They both go around in circles. I don't know.
Their last big hit was The Wall.
Oh, fucking awesome.
Hey, Pink Floyd's a flat earth band if you listen to some of their music.
No shit, I never thought about that.
Yeah.
They were definitely anti-NWO. You know, we don't need no education. We don't need no thought control. No dark sarcasm in the classroom. Teacher, leave them kids alone. Quit making them spin that globe, you know.
That would make sense, actually. I'm going to have to go back and...
You listen to some of Pink Floyd shit, I think they're either part of it or they knew it, and they were trying to tell us in a subtle way.
Well, yeah, and they're against all of it. It's all indoctrination. They could see it. It was those drugs they were doing, man.
Yeah.
It could
For
be.
real.
At the same time, I have a hard time believing in any kind of celebrity about things. Like the whole... I could almost like 90% say that Tila is, a fucking Hollywood plant, but
well,
she is.
As I explained last time, the B.O.B. guy and Tila Tequila and this kind of tricks are made specifically for one person, so people do not encounter the situation they are not prepared for, because these people are going to, you flat earther, I already heard about you on the news or from whoever is describing the situation, like in cursing out B.O.B. as a flat earth retard. They're already prepared, they already have an opinion about you before you're going to start telling them, so they have to...
Also, they flooded like Google and YouTube with
it was deliberate.
B.O.B. this and that.
Yeah, there's so many videos. You're gonna see B.O.B. as a retard, everybody curses him out, and this is a formed opinion about us.
Yeah, guys, I forced myself to watch I watch Fox News and CNN and NBC, and every one of them's reported about that. And not one of them even once addressed that picture that he was asking about the curvature. Why there's 16 miles apart cities. Please explain this. Neil deGrasse didn't address it. None of the people on the news addressed it. He had a legitimate question. Whatever you think about him, he had a picture of a city 16 miles away we shouldn't be able to see.
Right.
It's 60, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever it was, he shouldn't be able to see that city up there.
Yeah, exactly.
If the Earth was curved.
I know, they're not going to.
But nobody ever addresses the real fact. I mean, that's the fact that we're talking about.
That's how you can tell it's fucking stop. And they don't get any regular flat earther's opinion.
They have Neil deGrasse come on a comedy show and eat a sandwich and drop a microphone.
Hey, that sandwich had meaning. It was a joke. It was something about a black man in a cowboy hat and hamburger. He says something hamburger. I don't know. How does it go? I just know it's like something hamburger. Yeah, that's his line.
That is painful to watch the mainstream news, but I have to do it sometimes just to see what they're polluting people with,
It is. You gotta pause it every 5 minutes to make sure you don't get brainwashed.
I know.
But it's ridiculous to see all the supposable truthers are now talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson as you gotta listen to this guy, because he's not lying, come on, this shit is on mainstream news. I mean, come on. Same guy would be like a Red Silver J who is used to debunk so much mainstream.
Is Red Silver J, is he on the Woo show Freaky Friday on TFR. I don't know.
Is he on what?
No, I don't know who he is actually. Maybe I don't know, but he has a channel where he
debunks. I mean, we know that.
He debunked a whole bunch of fake shootings and all that kind of stuff, where he goes for the actors and shows how they're all lying and not crying and not really upset and usually smiling. He's not that good at it at all. I saw a guy who's professional at reading and he goes through every specific, see his retina, his eyes, and this and that. Like, he's very good at telling, because it's a combination of different things that shows that the person is really lying. It's very hard to cover that. You gotta be professional to control yourself like that, so usually you could see. But anyways, I think Red Silver J is sold out. I mean, the way that he went at Flat Earthers, he's so angry at us for some reason.
He thinks it's a big psyop. You know, it's what he's trying to say. But
everything is a psyop. Like, you look at the 9/11 movement, all the main guys there were psyops, and it's known now, like years after, like, what, 9/11 still inside job.
Yeah, that's how they do it. That's it. You know, COINTELPRO, which, you know, we're talking about Red. I saw a video of I guess one of his previous channels. He did reviews on stuff or whatever, and he was, you know, pimping some McDonald's chicken nuggets like they were awesome. So that's I saw that video. I went ahead and
Mark Dice, another shill. You could see right about this truther shills, you know. Mark Dice is such a shill.
Oh, well, he worked for Alex Jones, right?
He does. Did you see the video when Alex Jones was fighting with Mark Dice, and over the air he was giving him a message about Masons and everything, like he's all connected and you better don't mess with me?
That sounds like a pretty good joke right there.
There is a good video, like, if you to prove that Mark Dice and Alex Jones are both shills, because it reviewed, they had a little, like, a fight going on, and like, Mark Dice was talking trash about Alex Jones, and Alex Jones was answering him during the show, but he wasn't saying, hey, Mark Dice, you're a fucker, you know. He was talking to his audience, but he was mentioning very funny things about, like, do not blackball others, this is how it is in a proper society, and the others will not blackball you. Actually, if you will go along with the flow, you can tell your truth and make money from it. And he was basically was saying all that, and it's so obvious that they're both are fucking Illuminati shills.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, just from the description, I don't even need to see the video. That sounds pretty obvious right there.
Yeah, it gives it away, so...
It is funny, though.
So when's the Illuminati going to get arrested? Do you think that's ever going to happen?
They can arrest themselves?
Would you like to see the Illuminati take a purple off? Going to round up all the Illuminati today. Got to go to all the high-rise buildings, all the mansions, and round them all up.
Yeah, right.
That's those pipe dreams that they put out in the movies and the video games.
Yeah.
You know, and the fantasy. You know, it's just something I was thinking about for a couple of months. You know, seems to be a recurring theme in all these popular media. You know, whatever it may be, book, you know, game, music, even. You know, that it's going to be a real quick and easy, and just lock them all up tomorrow. Just seems to be something else to help keep people docile. They believe that it'll just happen at the flip of a switch, and everything will be better. It's such a Goldilocks zone way of thinking.
I've been waiting for this for a very long time. You know, after September 11 happened, I really quickly realized there was a problem. Like 2003, I already knew, and I was working there, so I would see every day, I would look at the ground zero from a Deutsche Bank and realize, you know, this thing was an inside job, and I was waiting, and I thought, okay, people need to maybe wait some time, you know, it's gonna catch on, they're gonna realize there was a big crime happen, you know, somebody gotta get punished, you know, one day they're gonna realize it's been freaking 15 years already. I don't know, man, I have no hope in this. people
You
making
worked
up
right next to
really.
Ground Zero, is that what you said?
I worked at the Deutsche Bank, the Bankers Trust building that had a huge gash in it, 24-story gash, because the World Trade Center fell on it, piece of it, and I worked there parallel. If you remember, there's Stephen Jones guy who talks about termite, and he talks about the metallic spheres that R.J. Lee group found, and that R.J. Lee group was working in this Deutsche Bank, and I was working there too parallel with them. We were doing air sampling, dust sampling, and all that kind of environmental stuff, because the Deutsche Bank there, the owners of the building and the insurance companies, there was a court case because the insurance company was saying we can clean Deutsche Bank, fix it, and you go back there, and they will say no, you gotta demolish it, it's completely contaminated with all the different contaminants, asbestos, lead, PCB, PNA, dioxin, and a whole bunch of them. It's contaminated, gotta be demolished, you gotta give us a whole bunch of money to, you know, to compensate for that. And there was a long court case, and they eventually, brick by brick disassembled the building and buried it in a special field where they bury the contaminated.
So as somebody that was closer, I've always wanted to ask somebody that was actually witnessed the cleanup effort. Was it more? Did you see any indication of an actual investigation, or was it truck after truck?
Look, I came to Ground Zero to work. I think it was 6 months after. I think it was beginning of 2002, somewhere in February or
6 months after the fact.
Or March. Yeah. By that time, all the stuff, they took it out so quick. Giuliani was taking it out the first night. I believe he was saying, "Oh, 120 tracks already." They would. Like, he would come up every...
On September 13th, there was dump trucks rolling out of there.
They took it out so fast, but, you know, evidence everywhere. I have a church a couple of blocks away that have, like, a monument, a piece of World Trade Center steel is there. If you need evidence, listen, I work for the company that did dust sampling. There is my boss, he has a garage full of World Trade Center dust. It's like boxes of World Trade Center. If some testing needs to be done, that stuff has chain of custody and everything. It's proper evidence there.
Just the fact what you're talking about, how them buildings turned to dust, and that's the only time in history that's happened.
Yeah, building, that's a very fine dust. The dust is extremely fine, and you have steel and all the other elements in the building turning into, basically there's whole periodic table in there of everything. Yeah, that's something new, and it was sprayed all over Manhattan. It was all over. So that's some physical process we don't know.
That's something new. They hit the buildings with something new.
If there was a termite, we would have a whole bunch of chunks. If there was some explosive, nuclear...
There could have been thermite and some kind of weapon we don't know about.
The whole thing got pulverized, pretty much. There's so much dust.
In mid-air.
Dustified in mid-air. Absolutely.
You know, there's been 150 documented fires in steel high-rise buildings since the late 50s.
The just recent one. In Dubai, I think on some celebration, I think Christmas or some celebration, they had fireworks and New Year's, and the building burning right there.
It burned for fucking what, 12, 13 hours?
Yeah, I'm sure it was a nice insurance scam.
They didn't collapse, did it?
Nope. Still there.
Of course not.
Like you were just saying, Mark, of the 100 or so since the 50s, only 3 times did they ever collapse.
Yeah, we had the second building collapse first. The one got hit later, collapsed first within like not even an hour, I think. What is it? How it's such psychological operation. Unbelievable. And all the videos, absolutely every video of that event is doctored. There is no videos online that didn't go through the whatever government agency responsible for that, because all of them, and they had this video coming out later, like 6 years after, in 2012, something like all of these doctored videos, man, where they try to insert explosions there. They try to specifically insert Stephen Jones to tell that termite story, because he's the guy who's covering up the free energy stuff. He's been doing that before in past with the fusion thing, and he's here.
Have to look at that.
Yeah, and he's here again. He's a specific guy who, as soon as some free energy going on, they stick him in, and he's supposedly proper scientist with all the, background. He's pretty smart. He says good stuff, but look, he says what there was aluminum oxide and iron spheres. That's what you get. The building was made out of iron, steel, and aluminum outside casing. And if that shit got dustified, that's what you're gonna have in the dust. It's not from termite. It's from the building. At least the abundance of those of aluminum oxide and iron spheres in dust doesn't prove termite. It proves at least that the building was there, Termite, the amount, they show a little flow of molten metal, and they say that's characteristic of the whole building, but that would have created tremendous, that cloud of dust that covered all the people. You would see all the videos of people coming out covered with dust. That cloud was, if that was termite, if that was any reaction with a whole bunch of heat that melts steel, that cloud of dust would burn all the people. Everybody would be fried. So those clouds, they weren't hot.
If it could melt that much steel, going by their theory, it would have melted
everybody. Of course, 110 floors of steel. How that process would be too energetic. That would be noticeable. That didn't happen.
I hadn't thought of it like that before, but yeah, going by their story, yes, that cloud would have melted everything and everybody around it.
And we see videos of people, the dust cloud catches them, and then we see those people going away covered in white dust, but they weren't burned. Nobody was burned, nothing was fried. The streets next to it, right? Because I walk all those streets, there is nothing there is fried. The block away from World Trade Center wasn't fried. It was covered with dust. It was some things fell and made damage, but nothing got burned or whatever. There was no high heat going on there. No way. There's something that, and how do you turn steel concrete into dust without heat? That's where, I don't know. Different physics.
It's been 15 years now, and there still hasn't been a real investigation to find out exactly what happened.
Another thing fascinating that Judy Wood says, and anybody could check it, is the hurricane. On September 11, there was a huge hurricane right outside New York City. On that day was the closest to it. It was very close to us, maybe 300 miles or something. It was headed for the past 4 days before September 11. It was headed straight for New York City, and nobody knew about that hurricane. We had,
the media blackout.
The media didn't tell nothing about it. Yeah.
Yep.
How would that happen?
Related, the weather control.
And if people where did the energy come from? If they some people were criticizing this fantastic directed energy technology, well, there was a hurricane right there. Maybe straight from it. Maybe they know how to Tesla plug into that thing. It looks like a Tesla coil, that stuff. And atmosphere has a lot of electricity. We know it.
Yeah.
Is somebody snoring? Is somebody asleep?
Oh shit! I think Ace turned into a lumberjack.
Anybody else here snoring?
Yeah. It's not me this time.
Is it Ace?
I think he laid his head down on his desk and.
Poor guy, man. He goes at this too hard. He's always got these hangouts going. He's a working man too.
I know. Yeah, that's cool though. He's contributing at least.
Yeah.
he's putting something out in the.
How long is this video?
Good vibes.
Yeah, he sounds very peaceful when he's sleeping right now.
You still there, Zach? You got another joke?
Oh, I got all sorts of jokes. All right. What does an Alabama girl say after she has sex?
pay me.
That's good though. Get off me, Daddy! You're crushing my cigarettes. Oh, speaking of, did you hear the Alabama governor's mansion burned down just last week?
Really?
Oh yeah, it was terrible. It damn near took out the whole trailer park. They managed to save 5 books from the library though, and only 3 of them were colored in.
You would have loved my dad. He used to tell jokes all the time. I just never got into it.
It's like, what is... Oh, damn. Oh, here we go. I think I got some more inspiration for some more flat earth jokes. Maybe that's what we should do, start putting out some, recording videos of telling jokes and making people laugh, just, once in a while. Put out some good vibes there. But what's the difference between the Hubble telescope and my blind aunt?
What's the difference between your a Hubble telescope or the Hubble telescope and your blind aunt? You got me.
Even she can see the Earth's not fucking round. Oh, damn it. I gotta write this down.
So yeah, about 9/11, there's engineers and architects for truth, whatever they are. That's a bunch of gatekeepers there, because maybe there are some good people because it's a movement that they control and they like organize somehow. People get frustrated, so to show them that there is some shit going on, but it's not going anywhere. But most of those scientists, if they say this stuff and they all go with this termite story, and if they all saying, termite did it and they scientists, they're either stupid and they're scientists, they're not supposed. At least one of them gotta be smart and tell them, and their word, like Judy Woods tried to tell them, they wouldn't listen. So they're obviously fraudsters, and this whole movement, architects and stuff, and I don't know, pilots probably to all of these guys that they're fake.
Well, look at their logo, the engineers for 9/11 Truth. I think you were talking about.
Yeah.
Their
Architects
super
and
fucking Masonic logo that they have. I'm just saying. I mean, how they love their square and compass.
They're there to let people think there's some kind of investigation.
Oh, yeah.
There really isn't.
Yep.
Oh, absolutely.
You hit the nail on the head.
I mean, don't you think that crime happened in New York, so there should have been a New York detective assigned to that crime, right? You ever do an investigation? Him and his partners, just like on Law and Order, like they used to show us on TV,
Exactly. They tell us just like that.
That's the ironic thing. We're in a CSI programming society, but they never did a CSI investigation in 9/11. They got that shit out of there as fast as they could. Got all evidence out of there as fast as they could. They turned the buildings into dust. It's never happened before, and who knows when it's going to happen again. Maybe this year. Don't y'all feel something's going to happen this election year? There's going to be some kind of big false flag.
Oh, yeah.
Jeff was alluding to that in his video when you watch that. They're setting us up for World War III, which is Syria and all this shit.
No way.
The fake
No way.
Cold War Part 2. They want us to be afraid for no reason.
Yeah.
There can't be a hot war. It's impossible in this condition. They already got us to believe that they have nuclear weapons.
They're going to collapse the economy, and where it goes from there. I mean, I just hope this flat earth stuff gets put to the forefront where it needs to be, but who knows what's going to happen. I ain't trying to predict it. I know the banker's going to collapse the economy.
I think their main thing that they're gonna go for, besides that take away the guns that they were doing, all the false flags for the guns, I think they're gonna be going more now for the internet, for the safety. Like now they're banning Twitter, banned 120,000 ISIS accounts. They're gonna be fighting terrorism online. But using that propaganda, they're gonna shut down all the truthers, and that's what worries me. I think this year they have no choice. Pretty much, it's already like internet is saturated with all the 100% proofs of all their hoaxes and all their bullshit, and they have to shut us down. So they're gonna be going for false flags on the internet.
Well, you know, they back in 2012, part of I might be misquoting that. Might not be 2012. It might be 13 or 14. But they changed in the states here the rule of law.
Yeah, yeah. So they can do this propaganda fakery shit.
Call them belligerent actors or whatever. Even journalists, which being as how we have channel, this internet where we can put our opinion and our videos out. They can declare us a journalist, independent or citizen, whatever, and then thereby they can declare us a belligerent journalist actor, and that allows for indefinite detention or outright execution under the new War Powers Act.
Off to the FEMA camp with you, Tracy. Right?
Oh, I think you'd be lucky to get to a FEMA camp.
Yeah.
If they don't just outright line us up in a row and.
Maybe we all got cozy little apartments in the deep underground military bases. That'd be sweet.
That must be nice. Have it, have that false security of thinking that you're.
Can we? Who's?
Base will make you safe.
Can we mute the guy who's snorting? Do we have control?
He's the guy controlling. I don't think we can mute him.
Oh, that's Ace?
Yeah.
Oh, crap.
So we're going to listen to his melodic snoring. He does have kind of a rhythm to him.
We'll wake him up.
Hey, Ace, wake up.
I muted him personally. I don't know how that works.
Oh, you can do it personally? Okay.
I don't know how to do that on this little phone.
There is like an arrow down on this icon, and I just click on it and muted it, so it doesn't bother me. But...
You muted it for everybody. Thanks.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Good job.
You got a wrench. He gave you a wrench. That means you have control of his channel.
Right. That's good. That's good then.
Yeah, I don't.
You gotta check the chat if he wakes up. He got booted from his own channel. Come on, guy, you stole my radio.
There's 9 people watching. We got 9 thumbs up and 29 down.
Oh yeah, somebody went at it, man. Somebody disliked us big time.
Why are there 9 people watching us talk? That's what I want to know.
Because they're curious.
Oh, okay.
I like to get the benefit of the doubt, and hopefully, they're out here like I'm doing. I just got on the YouTube and bought my smartphone, the first one I've ever had, a year ago. I'm just out here trying to learn some stuff, and along the way, I get to meet good people like you guys.
Yeah.
Hopefully, they're out there doing the same.
Says I'm a physicist.
So all I'm doing is looking for the truth. But, I got work in the morning, guys. I gotta head out, but you guys take care and keep it flat, and stay positive. Hopefully, things are gonna be looking up for us, but who knows what's gonna be happening.
All right. Have a good night.
Let's keep spreading the word, and hopefully, the real truth will come out.
Yes, sir. That's all we can do.
You guys, peace on the flat plane. We'll check you next time.
Good night.
Any listener want to entertain us, come tell us some stories about Flat Earth? Anybody interested?
Oh, shit.
Okay.
Even so, In the meanwhile, whose turn was it for a joke?
Not mine.
How about you, In? You got one? Oh, hell, ow, 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 don't twist my arm. I guess I'll tell another one. Okay, so a priest, a rabbi, and a nun walk into a bar and start playing pool. A pirate walks in behind him. He's got his parrot on his shoulder. He sits down at the, at the high chairs at the bar. Sets the parrot down beside him. An Irish dude, an American dude, and a Chinese guy walk in, start, fooling around with the slot machines. The bartender stands up on top of the bar and says, wait a minute. What is this? Some kind of fucking joke? Oh, damn. I think I just heard that one die in the corner.
I just space out because I think about, flat earth and science.
Yeah. It's easy to do. I mean, things are tough all over. I'm, hanging out here having a chat because it's been a long week at work, and I like to relax and talk to people that actually make sense. I know how you mean. It's easy to space out once in a while. I almost feel like I need to do that from time to time. It's been a couple of months, but I'll still turn on the old video game machine and the TV and, take a little break from thinking and just be, kind of mindless. And go along to get along and, relax a little bit. It's understandable.
Let's see how Japan is doing, because they minus 5.5% Japan market today, doing very bad. And yesterday Nasdaq almost 2%, 1%. I like to watch economy, and when it drops, I'm like, come on, go for it, drop all the way, please. Let's go collapse, please. I just love the economy.
That, honestly, that might be the easiest way at this point. If the economy was just to completely collapse and everything crash, and you just had to rely on your own skills, wouldn't that simplify shit so much more?
I don't think it's gonna work this way where I live, because New York has millions of people. It's gonna be chaos and, I don't know, cannibalism and ungodly sight.
But I mean, at that point, you would know, what your immediate threats were. You wouldn't have to worry about, paying bills or going to some, bullshit job or.
Oh yeah,
to me, it would be simpler. It would be, day-to-day survival. You only got to think about, just right now and what you're gonna get through. I don't know. I mean, it would definitely shake things up a whole lot.
But why can't you do it today? I mean, pretend it already happened. Just say, hey, I don't want to pay taxes. I don't want to support, whatever the hell they want to do next. I'm not happy with the story. I'm not happy with people. How many people died in Iraq? In Afghanistan? What are they different?
Over 2 million if you count the first Gulf War and the second. And
I don't know. It's like, I'm not happy with this. I'm not against this country or anything. Self-defense, beautiful, but this whole, it's very bad karma. I mean, we're paying for it. I kind of quit all that situation. I can't consciously, because my people ask me like, hey, you live in America? Like, yeah, do you pay taxes? Like, no, I don't, because I don't support it.